The County Board is back in session. Welcome, everybody, to the December 17th, 2024 County Board recess meeting. And as you probably all know, I'm Board Chair Libby Garvey, and I'm here with my Vice Chair Takis Karantonis. Members Matt DeFerranti, Maureen Coffey, and Susan Cunningham will be joining us very soon. And we're going to start, as we usually do on our Tuesday carryover meetings, with recognitions and proclamations, and then we'll have some reports from the board, and I think some fun things later on this afternoon. And we're going to start it off with the Arlington Neighborhoods Program's 60th anniversary recognition, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Takis Karantonis, Vice Chair. You need to turn on your mic.
Yes, I need to turn on my mic. And it's actually, for me, a super big honor to do that here as well. It's the third time that I will be congratulating the program to its 60th anniversary. And it matters because, you know, we were joking the other day that the first 60 years are really the difficult ones. And, you know, now we're in a place where we can really lift off. So the County Board, is recognizing here with and celebrating the 60th anniversary of the county's Arlington Neighborhoods Program, which was formerly known as the Neighborhood Conservation Program. I grew up with that here in Arlington. I have to say I was president of my civic association, and I had to make sure that we are well positioned to get the streetlights that are in front of my house, for example. So that was the Arlington Neighborhood Conservation Program. Which for generations made residential neighborhoods in Arlington desirable places to live and created the ground infrastructure of meaningful partnerships with community. And I can say that our commission that still is alive and kicking, as I've experienced all these years, is a living testimony to that. The program's philosophy reflects an understanding that each neighborhood is different, with different needs and challenges that require creative and adaptive solutions. Its bottom-up nature is distinct, but complements other Arlington programs, and it's nationally recognized, by the way. And I have to say, this is an amazing, the way we run this program, if you are in the room, I've been so many times, I had the honor to be the liaison to this commission for the last, 2 or 3 years. It is basically being in an assembly of Arlington every single time I am there. And that's really a very nice feeling. I want to remind everyone that the Arlington Neighborhoods Program is of deep historical significance when it comes to addressing inequity in the county. They have presented here in this room a couple of times on their equity component, the equity lens of how this program is going to administer it this year and in the future. In the 1940s, federal buildup for World War II defense industries pushed out black communities and reshaped the residential makeup of Arlington. By 1950, black homes and families were constricted to only 3 communities: Arlington View, Green Valley, and Halls Hill. So neighborhood plans from these 3 neighborhood communities were accepted by the county board in the following years. This is an initial reaction to this imbalance that we had in the early 40s. And these plans were for Halls Hill and Arlington View in 1965 and Green Valley in 1973. The first project approved by the county board under the newly formed Neighborhood Conservation Plan program was in Arlington View. And I know, Madam Chair, that you brought this program back in Arlington View just last year in this. As of 2024, the Arlington Neighborhood Program has grown to include more than 50 neighborhoods that have prepared more than 70 neighborhood plans and plan updates. I know we have limited time here, and I just want to list off a couple of statistics to put it in perspective. During the first 20 years of the program, from 64 to 1983, the program allocated $7 million through bond funding and pay-go capital. I would spare everyone to the math here, but a reminder that inflation is a real thing, and that $7 million decades ago is way more probably double the amount of 7 million today in terms of purchasing power. During the 28 years from 1996 to today, the program has completed over 600 projects across the county and bond funds of 117 million. So this is a true piece of Arlington, a truly special program for all of us. Very few programs have been going for such a long time, and we are really very, very proud and thankful to the partnership of everybody that made that happen, 60 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I believe Elizabeth Weir is here to make a presentation. Come on up. And I think there's slides to go with it.
Yes.
Gary.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Elizabeth Weir. I'm Deputy Vice Chair of the RNAC. I am the newest member on the Executive Committee and relatively new to Arlington as well. And I am so grateful to be here today and so proud to be a part of RNAC. It's truly an incredible organization. I'm from North Dakota and I'm a single mom, and I moved to Arlington for work, and I was terrified I was going to be lost. And I found a volunteer opportunity with RNAC. And not only is it a great use of time and engagement, but it brings the community to me, to my neighborhood, to my community. And then through participating in the RNAC committee, it brings community across all of Arlington. It's truly a remarkable program. As mentioned, we have almost 60 neighborhoods, and we've built over 600 projects. If you want to go to
The next slide.
Yeah.
There you go.
We're going to run through a couple of projects. The types of projects that we build are anything from beautification and parks to lighting and safety. And it's been an incredible procedure to witness because it's grassroots based, which is a very unique thing about RNAC, as I'm sure you all know, is that these projects have been identified through local neighborhoods and encourages participation and civic engagement throughout all of Arlington. This is Black Walnut Park in Terrelli Heights. And you can go to the next one. Thank you. We can just play some of these in the background because I know we're on a tight schedule. But our projects have won awards, design awards. Our projects are used continuously throughout the neighborhood and neighboring associations. And we continue to build and grow on the existing projects as well. And I wanted to point out, we've done over 600 projects, but the benefits that RNAC offers go far beyond the physical infrastructure. As I mentioned, it's the civic engagement. We did a survey of RNAC members in 21, and I'll just tell you very briefly, the number one benefit is knowledge about how government works in Arlington. That's what our members said. It wasn't the project, it wasn't anything, it was learning. And this is a really hands-on, wonderful opportunity to do that. Second is relationship building within your neighborhood and across all of the neighborhoods. And I think and with our board, it gives us an opportunity to have direct input. And then lastly, the project.
And can we do more slides? I think you asked to have the slides kind of rolling. Should we be moving them? Yeah,
Yes.
There we go. Go ahead. Yeah,
Thank you.
Kind of keep the slides moving because
Thank
there's
you,
a
thank
lot. It's great.
So I just wanted to close, unless there are questions, by acknowledging the county vision, a diverse and inclusive world-class community with secure and attractive neighborhoods. And I think RNAC and the ANP is the embodiment of that vision because it educates our citizens, encourages participation, and it informs and creates a direct link between us and the board. And I'm really grateful to be a part of it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Weir. And actually, we have a proclamation for you. I get to read you a proclamation, which is fun, and we can keep the slides going. I love the before and after. Those are great. All right, so let me get the right proclamation here. I mean, 60 years, we've got to do a proclamation, right? This is Arlington. So I might not read all of it, but I'll read most of it. Whereas, okay, so this is Arlington Neighborhoods Program 60th anniversary. Whereas the Arlington Neighborhoods Program, formerly called the Neighborhood Conservation Program, was established in 1964 to enhance and promote Arlington County's residential neighborhoods as desirable places to live through a meaningful, local government partnership with community members. And whereas the Arlington Neighborhoods Program has been a leader and a model in support of equity throughout the county, starting with the county board's acceptance of the program's first neighborhood plan and first capital improvement project in Arlington View. And whereas the Arlington Neighborhood Program empowers residents to set priorities for neighborhood improvements, and whereas the Arlington residents have long committed to participating in the Arlington Neighborhoods Program through civic association volunteer representations, and whereas the Arlington Neighborhoods Program fosters civic engagement through resident-led planning and collective decision-making, and whereas this year we mark and celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Arlington Neighborhoods Program, which has responded to resident-initiated project requests through construction of well over 600, as you said, 600 capital improvement projects in the past 60 years. That's a pretty good ratio per year. Now, therefore, I, Libby Garvey, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, do hereby recognize the Arlington Neighborhoods Program's 60th anniversary. And if you want to come forward, we'll do a quick picture. I'll come down and hold this for you. And you need to put some oil on the we may have coordinated.
I know.
I'm going to have fun with that door today. All right. The next recognition we have is one that I'm so pleased to do personally because it's for Dr. Ruben Varghese, who's been with Arlington Public's health director since July 18, 2005. Ruben, if I asked you to come and stand up here while I talk to you, would you be too uncomfortable? That's fine. Come on up. So you probably have some prepared remarks, or you're going to think about saying something, which would be great. But I want to go back. So I first met Ruben, probably it was 05. When was H1N1? Oh, so when I was on the school board. And I just remember how much our staff loved working with you and what a great partner you were. And then we had the Surgeon General of the United States come and recognize, I think, our cooperation, the schools and the county on H1N1 and getting everybody vaccinated. So Dr. Varghese has been taking care of Arlington for a really long time and saving lives all of those times. And then, of course, there was COVID. There's been a lot in between. And I loved your every April or so, I can't remember when it was. You would tell me when. We would do the hand washing thing, and you show everybody how to wash your hands. Does everybody wash your hands? It makes a really big difference. It's really good. And you have to you sing Happy Birthday, I think was one of the, yep. Yeah. Or row your boat. I actually like that one better. Okay, good. So if you ever hear music singing coming from the restroom, whatever, that's what it is. And during COVID, oh my, what a rough time. It's kind of fading a little bit, but you were just a rock for us. We were all so worried, didn't know what was going to happen. And for a while, we couldn't get PPE. We actually didn't know how things were being spread. And Ruben Dr. Varghese was just the voice of calmness and reassurance. And then you went in, I think, with a lot of our care facilities and actually instructed people on how to use the PPE properly, show them how to do it, how to do infection prevention, and we got them, helped get materials and PPE into those places. And I really think that we could just say that Dr. Varghese has probably saved thousands of Arlington lives. People don't know it because they didn't get sick. Thousands of lives. So not everybody can say that about their career. Thank you. So I'm going to read this proclamation to you, and then I'd love if you have a few remarks you want to make, that'll be fine. Okay. So, whereas Dr. Ruben Varghese has served with distinction as Arlington's Public Health Director since July 18, 2005, and whereas Dr. Varghese has played a leading role in protecting and promoting the health of Arlington residents and our neighbors throughout the Commonwealth and the Washington, D.C. metropolitan region, and whereas under his leadership, Arlington's preparation for and response to public health challenges, including COVID, H1N1, Ebola, and Mpox, has enabled our community to address these threats in an informed, effective fashion and through public health division programs that touch every member of our community through restaurant and swimming pool inspections, communicable disease surveillance and investigations, school health services, HIV services, testing, and vaccine services. And whereas Dr. Varghese has been a driving force behind the county's efforts to promote health equity through his personal and professional actions, including publication of the groundbreaking 2018 report, A Decade of Difference, Destination 2027 Steering Committee Report, which played a prominent role in the passing of the County Board Equity Resolution, the creation of a Race and Equity Office, and the use of equity questions in county policymaking and budget decisions toward efforts to address health disparities. And whereas Dr. Varghese has strengthened the community's healthcare landscape by forging and fostering partnerships with healthcare providers, healthcare organizations, and neighboring jurisdictions, and has prioritized meeting the needs of vulnerable and uninsured Arlington residents. And whereas, under his leadership, Public Health Division efforts saved lives by aggressively providing over 215,000 doses of the COVID-19 vaccine through mass vaccination clinics, thereby reducing COVID-related morbidity and mortality in the Arlington community. Now, therefore, I, Libby Garvey, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, do hereby recognize on December 17, 2024, Dr. Ruben Varghese for his hard work and unceasing dedication to bolstering public health in Arlington and working to realize the Department of Human Services' vision of a just and equitable community that is healthy, safe, and economically secure and free of systemic racism. So if you'd like to say, yes, everybody. Would you like to say a few
Mark, you actually
words?
want me to say a few words? Okay.
We do. There's a button on the right if you want to raise the podium to get it closer, but you can also leave it.
It's okay. It's
Okay.
okay. We have to maybe do a photo afterwards, so.
Okay.
Thank you, and it feels like a Sally Field moment at the Oscars when she said, "You like me, you really like me." Okay. All kidding aside, I just wanted to take a moment. There's so many people in this room that I want to thank, but very rarely do I get to have the opportunity to publicly thank the staff of the Public Health Division. So I would like the staff of the Public Health Division who are here today to stand. Yes.
Come on,
you have to stand.
everybody.
Keep standing, keep standing. Okay, sorry, it's the one maybe command that I can ask. So these are the people, their predecessors, their future colleagues, as well as the people here today and working out, holding down the fort in the community today. They are the public health people who control and prevent disease spread every day in this community. My community, our community. We and I owe them heartfelt thanks for all they do for public health. They have made all of us look good as well as safe and healthy. So, dear colleagues, thank you. And let us give them a well-deserved round of applause.
So, Ruben, we're going to do a, yep, you got, okay.
I'm trying to take the attention off myself. You would think that this was a congratulations balloon for me, but I did want to recognize that Chairman Garvey has been in my corner and for public health and the school board.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, we need to do a photograph. I'll come down through that squeaky door, and maybe we'll do one with you and me and the proclamation and the board behind. And then maybe if all of the public health people want to come up, we'll do a big, huge group up here. Was that all right? So let's do
So
one.
Libby, before you do that,
Oh, yeah.
I have
Sorry.
the honor of presenting Ruben with
Turn your
his-
mic on. There are millions
It's-
watching,
yeah,
you know. Is the mic
You can hear me
on?
now, right? It's the button's
It's on.
on. Can you hear me now? All right. Ruben, in honor of 19 years of service, on behalf of the grateful citizens of Arlington, we recognize your faithful service as an employee of Arlington County. Before I hand this to you, I intentionally did not do any limericks about people from Pawtucket. I did not bring out the footage of you and me singing karaoke at Freddy's, because I did not want to mar what an amazing person you are and what a great friend. So thank you, Ruben. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby.
Coming in, Mark?
I can stand right in front of you guys. It doesn't matter. Good?
Get everybody. Yes, smiles. And one more. Cheese. All right, I'm good.
Mark, you're too tall. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
All right, does the public health people want to come up? We'll do a picture with everybody. Come on. All right, is everybody up here supposed to be? All right, everybody together like you love each other. I think we gotta really.
Large can of WD-40.
Large can of WD-40. Oh, thanks, Takas. I think I'm going to move this a little bit back. That's good. It's good. It's good. Okay. Although we could have it just float up to the ceiling, right?
I would love for it's just for me if the camera goes to you.
I think it's good.
Okay. Well, it's there. Look at that. It's right there. It works. It works. It totally works. Okay. All right. Okay.
Rotate it a little.
Thank you all. Happy holidays. All right. All right. Next, if we can get set up, I will do a chair's report on Arlington 2050, which we began at the beginning of this year. And it's been quite a year. We've been sort of inventing it as we go. And Kristen Clark, who's been doing yeoman's work the last 6 months or so, is going to present a summary. The report itself will be available online when we finish editing it before the end of the year. It's still getting some polishing done. But Kristen, are you all set to just talk a little bit about what she did.
Thank you, Chair Garvey. Looks like I'm having a little bit of trouble presenting in Teams, so I might rely on you. Thank you so much, Mr. Clerk.
Because I know you have a number of slides, so.
I do.
Yeah.
Quite a number.
Well, it was quite an effort which we started.
There it is. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, Chair Garvey. My name is Kristen Clark. I am a community engagement specialist in the County Board office working on the Arlington 2050 project. And if you pop to the next slide. So just for folks who are just tuning in, Arlington 2050 was a year-long visioning process from the County Board to spark conversations about what residents want Arlington to look and feel like 25 years from now. And this project can actually trace its roots back to a similar report from 1986, in which a commission on Arlington's future looked ahead to the year 2000 and crafted a vision of a learning, caring, participating community in which everyone is important. That actually sounds very familiar to this day and also very resonant. So, but a lot has changed in almost 40 years, and it felt important to check in with the community again, especially in the wake of a tremendous amount of social and economic and political shifts we've been experiencing since the pandemic. So Arlington 2050 was intended to be an update on that 86 report, and also it provided an opportunity to gear up the public to support some upcoming county planning processes, including Arlington's comprehensive plan and potentially an overall strategic plan. I'll head to the next slide. So last month I talked a little bit about the overall engagement process from our wonderful kickoff panel event to postcards from the future. So honestly, this slide is a shameless excuse to acknowledge my colleagues in the CBO, particularly David Barrera, who's been a marvelous thought partner and an engine behind this whole effort. And also, very importantly, I wanted to shout out some incredible volunteers, community leaders, and educators who threw their ideas and their elbow grease into trying out a bunch of new stuff. And I'm mentioning this here specifically because the engagement strategies that these community members helped to create were the secret sauce behind some of our most meaningful engagement actions. I really found throughout this process that this bottom-up engagement strategies that are built on community knowledge and community energy often took on a life of their own and opened up new possibilities. So I'd love to highlight a few of those. So a great example of this was an event that was organized by the Northern Virginia Affordable Housing Alliance and the Buckingham Gates Tenant Association, or BUGATA. They had heard about Arlington 2050 and wanted to make sure that the Spanish-speaking residents of Gates of Ballston had a say in Arlington's future. So they got a $750 microgrant from Arlington Neighborhood College to organize a self-advocacy training. And what these guys did was just the gold standard of community engagement. It was held right on site where participants lived, so it was familiar and comfortable. People didn't have to worry about transportation. It was facilitated in Spanish by trusted community leaders. There were pupusas and soft drinks for all the participants. In fact, the event was so well attended that they ran out of food. And a group of incredible young people from the Buckingham Youth Brigade provided interpretation and translation and also ran activities for children so that moms with young kids could participate. And the important thing here is that these organizers had a deep on-the-ground knowledge of what this community needed, which allowed them to design this activity so that it would be meaningful to the participants themselves. And this resulted in a super engaged and energized and often kind of vulnerable conversation with people talking about their hopes for themselves and for their kids. And it just really underscored for me the incredible capacity that exists among our community members. Next slide. I also wanted to mention our voicemails from the future experiment. This is basically a phone booth audio time capsule where people could share their visions of Arlington by voicemail. And this was an idea that came from a volunteer who'd actually seen something similar at a wedding. We'd been noticing that there were some issues with digital literacy and language access and even just comfort with writing in general that were making it hard for some folks to participate and give us feedback. And so this volunteer suggested that picking up a handset and leaving a voicemail might feel more familiar.
This is great, and I think we're going to move forward one more slide because I think it's the next slide that actually shows that.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yes, this is our phone booth here that we set up. And we tried this out at the Hispanic Heritage Festival, and the idea was really iterated on by one of those organizers who got excited about this as kind of a memory-making, participatory experience for attendees. And this led to partnering up with the libraries and decorating the back of the library truck as a phone booth, which resulted in the discovery of a bunch of other cool possibilities for future collaborations. And also the voicemail feature we had built-in translation and transcription, which made it faster to digitize feedback. So this whole collaboration just kind of felt like a gift that kept on giving, and I think could be fun to iterate upon. Next slide. And the final example of this sort of bottom-up collaboration happened with the help of high school teachers. So this year's high school freshmen will be 40 years old in 2050, so it was very important to have youth voices in the mix. And we knew that teachers have them as a captive audience, and much more importantly, they have a gut read on what sorts of conversations and activities will be engaging and meaningful to their own students. What they don't have is a ton of class time that they can spend doing community engagement work for the county. So we started by sitting down and asking how Arlington County might help them make meaningful connections between their curricula and real-world issues in Arlington. Like what would they need, what materials, what resources would they need? And this resulted in a bunch of incredible ideas generated by teachers and students that required minimal effort and time on our side. So one computer science teacher developed an entire unit on machine learning and qualitative data using our Arlington 2050 comments. They performed sentiment analysis, did stuff with k-means clustering and supervised machine learning, and generated word clouds and all sorts of other useful stuff for us. And another teacher created a whole collaborative unit around what makes a great place to live that spanned 3 classrooms and subject areas: English, math, and government. And all of these were involved conversations and helped us collect data about what teens in this community wanted. And then a third one that's coming up is next spring, 9th graders at Arlington Tech are going to be doing an urban planning cornerstone where they'll be weighing in on the implementation of the Columbia Pike Area Plan. So I think that this engagement method potentially has a lot of potential to bring high schoolers into the civic conversation and make them more aware of the county and more aware of the work that we do here. So finally, to the results, if we head to the next slide. So we collected more than 1,300 postcards in total and engaged in a number of other conversations outside of that. And we're going to make the master spreadsheet for this public. And I really encourage you all to explore it. It's really cool to see how these issues sound in the voices of our community and the ways that these different issues cross-cut and interconnect. We ran some experiments with AI, but ultimately our best tool ended up being good old-fashioned word clouds and keyword counts, some of which you can see on the slide here. And obviously, these counts aren't statistically valid representation of the things that Arlington wants most, but we used these to identify several really energized topics to dig into. So I'll give you a quick tour of that now on the next slide. Huge one was community. The word community was used 392 times throughout our data. And there was just a huge emphasis among participants on the ways that they wanted to be together and interact with each other. So a lot of things like knowing your neighbors, opportunities to be together in the real world, in parks and coffee shops and community festivals, collaborating and care for others. But very, very interesting and prominently was a focus on diversity. And by this I mean all kinds of diversity. So diversity of cultures and languages, to age diversity, to diversity of socioeconomic background and political perspectives. And what was cool about this is that people associated this with a general vibrancy and dynamism that brings to the community, and also with the potential for people to learn from each other and see the bigger picture and combine their different skills and expertise to solve collective challenges. So it feels like there's just a huge amount of appetite for those kinds of conversations, which was kind of encouraging and exciting to me. If we head to the next slide. Affordable housing obviously is a huge concern among participants, and this kind of came in. The feedback on this came in kind of 2 forms. There were people that were indicating from direct experience that affordability was a real challenge for them, either because they were worried about affording a home one day or struggling to pay rent or property taxes right now. The overall message is that affordability is so challenging for a number of folks that they are having trouble envisioning even a near-term future in Arlington. And this was particularly pronounced among younger participants. In fact, in the high school classroom, one of the high school classrooms we're working with, they listed things that they wanted for Arlington and things that they wanted to work for. And I saw a bunch of red X's next to affordable housing, and it was because the high schoolers did not think that that was something that was possible. So it tells you kind of the level of urgency that we're seeing on this issue. And then the other kind of comment that we got, and there's a lot of overlap between these, but people would just indicate affordability as a community value that they hold. A very, very common sentiment among participants was affordable for everyone, affordable at all income levels, all walks of life. And so the idea was that affordability creates diversity and vibrancy and allows a variety of people to live in Arlington and build the community that we want. And it also allows, community contributors like educators and police officers and firefighters to build stable lives here and invest in the community in which they work. So next slide. Green space was another huge and really ubiquitous one. This came up in pretty much every neighborhood that we went to, but it looks different depending on who you're talking to. So some of the comments have a vision of green space that overlaps a lot with environmentally conscious measures like reducing carbon footprint, bikes, totally car-free living, and then green buildings with green rooftops and native gardens in every nook and cranny and crevice. And that implies a vision for Arlington that's maybe a little bit more dense potentially. Others emphasize the preservation of mature trees and forested areas and leafy residential streets, so a different vision of what green space looks like. And then others, a lot of people just emphasize green space as a nice place for people to publicly be together outdoors, and just generally emphasizing its importance to their quality of life. And so this is a really widespread value. All right, next one. So walkability and public transit, huge emphasis on transit connectivity of all kinds, and a lot of emphasis on car-free living or just the ability to move around all throughout Arlington without a car altogether on a daily basis. And so that was a very prominent theme. There were a lot of people that still imagined cars in Arlington's future, but interestingly, when they did so, they often mentioned current car-related pain points that they wanted solved. So easy and free parking, less traffic congestion, better pedestrian safety. So that was something kind of interesting to note, but a lot of emphasis on 15-minute cities or walkable neighborhoods where you could get to all sorts of cool things right within a nearby radius. All right, next slide. All right, and so the last one that I will talk about here is the issue of density was something that came up a fair amount. It was probably the most energized area where visions of Arlington diverged the most. And the people that were really concerned about increasing density, they were primarily mentioned a loss of neighborhood history or identity, a loss of tree cover was a really big concern, just a lack of breathing room, and taxing of public resources and services. And what was interesting is that a lot of people, regardless of whether they were pro or anti-density, share those concerns as well. They just show up in different forms. So people across all neighborhoods want tree cover and green space and don't want to live in gray concrete canyons where you can't see the sky. People from all neighborhoods have history and memories and local character that they want to preserve. Whether that's an old farmhouse or a beloved ethnic grocery store. And so that brings me to my final slide, or second to final slide, I guess, penultimate, which is a list of community values that we generated. So obviously, not a scientific study of Arlington County. This is a kind of a gut check of where Arlington residents are at right now, at least among the folks who participated. So it didn't make sense to do like a ranked list of top 10 policy outcomes that Arlingtonians want most. However, if you look at the overall input, a number of kind of broadly shared community values emerged, and these often underpin what seem like kind of different resident priorities. So like I mentioned, a sense of place and local identity can look like a historic house, and it can also look like a place that sells Inca Cola. And anyway, so the thought here was that a lot of these could potentially provide some shared ground for future policy conversations with residents that kind of connect us on what is important. And you'll see things like economic stability, economic opportunities, diversity, health and wellness to ground those. So that is, if we move on to the last slide, that is where our Arlington 2050 stands right now. It has been such a pleasure to work on this project, and I hope that some of the conversations that we started become a continuing conversation.
Thank you, Kristen. And I want to let people know when the report, which we hope to finish by the end of the year, and it will be up so people can look through it themselves. All of those cards have been arranged a bit like big, huge, maybe spreadsheet's the wrong word, but it's all there. And people can read for themselves all of the comments that people had. So there's a really good chance to go into this. I'm going to talk just a little bit more, and I want to say some major thank yous too. I began the year, the chair is always supposed to have an initiative, but I kind of went back to the same 3 focus areas I did in 2020 when I was chair, which was equity, innovation, and resilience. And with Arlington 2050, what we're trying to do was a different way of engagement with our community. It wasn't so much an update of the 1986 report as sort of an update, but something different, because we kind of wanted to do things differently. So we innovated. And we focused on hearing from all different kinds of people, which is part of the equity portion. And the point of doing it all to 2050 and focus on getting on the future and getting there in good shape was because we need to be resilient to do it. So it sort of fell into the same buckets of equity, innovation, and resilience. One thing I want to say, and as part of my thank yous, innovation involves risk. Rarely do you get things right the first time. And I want to thank my board colleagues and our staff for being willing to take a risk with me on our 2050 project. The burden of that risk and needing to adapt to make this work out all right fell squarely on the shoulders of our staff, and especially Ms. Clark here and Mr. Barrera, who really carried a lot of weight, and I cannot thank them enough, because this was not easy. As I said, the final report is still being edited. Going into this, I had some goals. I wanted people to think about the future and where we want to be in 2050, because I think if people have a sense of where they're going, and that it could maybe be better than where they are now, and even most importantly, that they have a role in making changes that are coming, I think folks can accept change more easily. And we are getting into a period of rapid change and sometimes upsetting change as a nation and globally. And I think these sort of community efforts are a way of kind of pulling together and getting people thinking forward, and I hope becoming a little more resilient and adaptable to the changes that we're going to be facing. I was so pleased that most of the people in the group that we talked to, not all that many, but they recognize that our greatest resource is each other. And I was so glad to see how many people said in various ways that they want community. The acknowledgement of the importance of community and the need to strengthen our social cohesion will, I think, serve us well in some stormy years ahead. And then finally, as a somewhat unexpected side product, but if I thought about it, of course we should have expected it, a good thing was we learned lots of new ways of engaging people and new ways to use AI to help us with that engagement. And I'm very hopeful that this report, colleagues, gives next year's board, I won't be on it, but I hope it gives you all and our community a basis to work from, both on the comp plan as that's renewed and maybe some strategic plan development and improving our community engagement, which is always needing to be updated. So thank you so much, Ms. Clark. Really appreciate it. Tremendous effort. And again, the final report, it'll be up there. It's going to be there. We're going to do it. And I think people will enjoy kind of looking through it. That brings me to, colleagues, I'm going to just do a report to actually more for the community, because we've seen some of this on the expanded housing opportunities annual data report, which we required and we're planning to do. And there have been some legal challenges, but nevertheless, we moved forward with this report. And I'd like to share some things that came out of that. First, as promised, the staff has put together this report, and it's looking at the first full year of EHO permits, otherwise known as missing middle, and fulfilling our commitment to providing information on this important zoning and housing initiative. That report is now posted online. I think, Mr. Schwartz, it's online now. I think it's up there for people to see. And I don't know if we can put up on the screen what the link is, but I'm sure if you go in and put in EHO or missing middle, you will find it. So anybody who wants to take a look, the report is up there. And as I said, even after the judge's ruling in September, we thought that it was important to follow through on our commitment to have the staff analyze the data from the first year, and that data runs from July 1, 2023 to June 30, 2024, or fiscal year 2024. It's important to note a number of the permits analyzed. A number of the permits analyzed during FY 2024 is not the same as the number of permits that have been discussed in relation to the court case. So those are two different things. In FY 2024, there were 37 approved EHO permits. Several more were approved after July 1, 2024, and up until the judge's ruling. Those additional permits are not part of this annual report. It'll be up to future boards to decide if they want to look at more data and do more reports. And please, folks, do remember this report is only looking at approved EHO permits during FY 24. And inclusion in this report does not mean the associated projects will move forward to the building permit stage, nor does it mean that they'll be built in accordance with a partial stay issued by the judge. So there are a lot of caveats there. Don't leap to conclusions. But the report does show, I think, that the market was bearing out with EHO, what the market was sort of showing us with EHO and where we were headed. And it compares the EHO data to the approved single-family redevelopment permits during that same period. So when they're reviewing the report, there are a few things that really jumped out. First, the most common EHO unit size is 3 bedrooms, and the average size is 1,646 square feet. Exactly what people have been asking for, and what's more and more is missing. Second, given that smaller single-family homes have been torn down for years to build very large single homes, 3-bedroom units, as I said, is a reasonable size, is really what's been missing from our housing stock. Most of the most common number of bedrooms in a single-family home, the ones that were developed at the same time, are 5, followed by 6 bedrooms, much larger. Third, overall, the market responded with incremental growth, and the regulations were producing more housing units, which is consistent with our goals to increase housing supply and diversify housing types. During the initial year, there was a net increase of 111 units through the approved EHO permits. Also, the majority of the approved EHO permits were for 2, as I said, 2 and 3 units total. So duplexes, semi-detached and triplexes, and there was a set of 3 townhouses. So we didn't go up to the 6plexes that people were so concerned about. Fourth, the main building footprint and height are virtually the same as single-family redevelopments. Fifth, the 37 approved EHO permits are in 20 different civic associations distributed throughout Arlington. So in other words, as I've sort of indicated earlier in these comments, from the very small sample that we have, our EHO policies seem to be on track to provide exactly what this board hoped for Arlington, and to do it in a way that really seemed to minimize disruption or inappropriate designs for our neighborhoods, just as we wanted. So I really encourage everyone in the community to look at the report. And we've also posted apparently the raw data, so if you want to dig deep into the information and try to analyze it yourself, you can. And I want to thank the staff for taking the time to analyze this data, put together this report for us, and also for our community, which is so interested in this topic. It's not going away. There are going to be a lot more discussions in the future, I know. Colleagues, I don't know if anyone wants to make a few comments, but I welcome any comments if anyone would like to make any at this time. Mr. DeFranti, your light was on first.
Sure. I think first, just 2 points. I do want to, I very much appreciate, I'm very glad that we fulfilled going through with the report and the 47 slides. I encourage people to take a look and work through the data. So I'm very pleased that we did that. That's first thought. And then the second thought, as our clerk was pulling this up, the landing page for EHO also includes additional information for transparency regarding the court proceedings. And I think it's worth just looking through those documents if folks have an interest. But the report is the focus today. I'm very pleased that we went through with it and have provided the information in it. And Mr. Kushner has his little hand there on the 2 or 3 different places that you can click to provide more information. I think it's very important that we provide more information while also being mindful of the posture of where we are in this discussion with ongoing legal action.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Kushner, for getting that up for folks to see. I'll go to Ms. Cunningham and then back down to this end.
I'd like to echo that thanks to our staff as well. It was a lot of data analysis to do and included a great deal of manual data analysis to get to some of the questions that we were asking as a community. So thank you for that, and I hope in future years it'll be a little easier going. I think it's super important that we've taken the step of, both in this and in Arlington 2050, sharing the raw data with the community. We have a lot of smarts and a lot of analysts in our community, and hope that they will find joy and new conclusions to share with us as they reach through that. I wanted to highlight, as Chair Garvey did, a couple of what we've seen so far. Again, this is very, very early. The permits, EHO permits here mean you were allowed to consider building, not that you are building and that you've got all the kinks worked out. I think that it is positive that we saw more 2 and 3 bedrooms, which is a type of product, both rental and especially ownership, that we have a desperate need for. I would say there is a big caution flag on the lot coverage, which is an area that we know we need to talk about for all of our redevelopment, particularly in oversized lots and R5 and R6. I think we had 2 to 6 percentage points higher lot coverage initially at the EHO permit stage. And then I think the other watch out, and again, this is a little bit where we are in the midst of starting change and then coming back from it because of the legal situation, but there were a lot of tear downs to facilitate this, and in particular, given the legal challenges, some of those homes are just offline for a little bit, so that's a bit of a cost for all of us. 2 other quick things. I think as we are having a pause on the program while we wait for the courts to work through, I think it's really important that we come back to the table as a community and continue to engage with what we heard in the Arlington 2050 feedback of, we want community and we want this to be our home for all of us. And so thinking about how can we prevent displacement, how can we encourage more sharing of the space that we do have, and support our folks who are aging in place, and then finally just have grace and understanding and curiosity with each other, recognizing that we're all coming from slightly different places and have different ideas. I hope that 2025 will be the year of kind of coming back to that table to innovate and continue to solve problems.
Thank you. And I'll go to Vice Chair Karantonis and then Ms. Coffey. That's all right.
Oh, yeah, it is all right. Except if Ms. Coffey, I believe she wanted to be, but I can be brief in saying, first of all, thank you. This was necessary to report on the performance of the policy, at least in this first year. It is always relatively premature to draw grand conclusions from just 1 year and a year that was under the partially under in the frame of legal action against the policy, etc. And now it is subject to this. However, we saw that Arlington's market, in addition to all that has been said already, Arlington's market has a place for this kind of offer. It is not a minor issue to have 145 units out of 37 permits. This is the equivalent of a mid-rise building. We regularly need about 3 to 4 years to get a mid-rise building built in Arlington, a residential mid-rise building. So in terms of a market need, this is obviously there. At the same time, we've seen that that our housing market continues to have the characteristics we all know. At the same time, we had more than 126 or 4 times more single-family homes being developed in Arlington, new builds, and I don't know how many additional significant extensions, or extensions by more than 50%. So all of this is showing us that we are still in a very dynamic, supply-starved housing market for which both government, society, and the market itself has to find solutions because the demand is very, very high. And I want to reiterate that the reason why the demand is very high, this reason is basically an economic one. we have investment in Arlington, we produce a lot of jobs in Arlington. We are at full employment, therefore every single dollar that we invest in Arlington needs an additional workforce to come from somewhere, and part of this workforce will have to be housed here. So therefore, if we want as a community to prosper, we need to find solutions to our housing shortage problem, which I often call a housing crisis, because it is. And we've seen that everywhere, including in our rental market, that is right now literally in astronomical heights, and I believe the highest increase in quite a while.
Good
So
segue to Ms. Coffey.
it's a good segue to Ms. Coffey.
Thank you. I'm not sure who's controlling the slides, but would it be possible to pull up slide 34 from the presentation? Thank you. I think that this really encapsulates, let's see, getting there. This slide, I think, to me really encapsulates what we were going for, what I think we should have been going for, at least. I was not involved in the process of getting here, but as all of us in Arlington are, have a vested interest in seeing how this is going to play out. And I think what this graph here is really showing is that in the current marketplace, we are losing the starter homes, right? The 2 and 3 bedroom, older single family home stock. And without EHO, they had been being replaced by things that were 4 to 8 bedrooms, which is not a starter home and is not approachable for young people, and frankly isn't what most of my peers are interested in living in either, whether they could afford it or not. And on the flip side, the permits that were issued, which we know hadn't proceeded to be built, we don't know what would have happened, but 63 3 bedrooms is more 3 bedrooms than I think we get even from all of our multi-unit development. Our tall buildings often have something like 3, 4, 5 3 bedrooms in the entire building. And so we're losing 2 and 3 bedroom single family homes as they get redeveloped, and they're being replaced by 5 and 6 bedroom homes. And so if we're not building rental options in terms of 3 bedrooms in multi-unit buildings, and we're not building new single family homes with 3 bedrooms, those starter opportunities for young families who are just looking to expand beyond the 1 bedroom to have somewhere for their kids, who have lived in Arlington for years and years and put roots down, and many of whom have started their kids in schools here, where are they going? Because we don't have more homes to give them right now. I think I have increasingly felt like the correct metaphor here is musical chairs. You can move around who gets a chair, but unless there are more chairs added, there are people at the end of the day without chairs. And that, I think speaking to what we heard in the feedback from the 2050 process from our young people, younger than me, younger in high school, that they don't believe there is a solution to the affordable housing process. I hear that from my peers frequently, that, they feel like they should just give up. I'm not saying that this is going to be affordable to everyone, that it should be affordable to everyone. We know that homeownership isn't an option for so many people, and we would like to have a healthy rental market as well. But part of having a healthy rental market is having the opportunity for those who can theoretically afford to buy, to have something out there that they can buy. And when you're getting all cash offers with 3 offers over asking on every moderately priced ownership opportunity, the people who are going to win in that battle are not new families, young families, people who have lived here for a while. They don't have equity to put down. They don't have $200,000 that they can just drop right away. And so creating that ladder of housing, creating more options and pathways that they can go into, so that, maybe you're currently owning a 2-bedroom condo and you want to move into a $3 million townhouse, well, that opens your 2-bedroom condo for someone else to move into that might be in a 1-bedroom apartment right now. And so how do we work all of this together into a place where people have the options to move? There's a little bit less friction in the market. And based on what we see in this data, I don't see how we're doing that under the current existing market. And I think that's really hard to grapple with. And I don't know what the solution is. I invite, if people have other solutions of how we can add more chairs to the Arlington market, I would love to hear it. But unless we add more chairs, we can move around who has the opportunity to own, but we're not going to be adding more opportunities themselves.
Thank you. Yeah, that's going to be a big issue moving forward. It's an issue nationally and internationally, and we've got to do something different. And I think the EHO, I hope, very hopeful that the appeal will succeed and you'll be able to move forward with that. All right. I know folks are coming here not just to hear our meeting. We've got a couple more items that we need to do. And we'll skip directly after this next up, these appointments we need to make. We'll go directly to the manager's report briefly at the end of the year video, and we'll get started with some things that people are here to see. All right, if that's all right. All right. So we do need to make some appointments. So colleagues, I'm going to move the following appointments: to the Commission on the Status of Women, appoint Grace Freeman and appoint Lisa Marcellus, both for terms ending December 31st, 2027. To the Community Criminal Justice Board, appoint Kimberly Jackson Davis as the local educator required by the Code of Virginia. I think all of these are the same term, yes. And appoint Janitha McNair, who is the director of the Northern Virginia Juvenile Detention Center. Appoint Judge Carrie Michelle Steele as the General District Court judge required by the code. And appoint Lindley Mansilla as a resident representative. All of these are for a term ending December 31st, 2028. To the Economic Development Commission, appoint Brian Stout for a term ending December 31st, 2027. To the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission, finally known as JFAC, appoint April Everett for a term ending December 31st, 2026. To the Northern Virginia Juvenile Detention Center Commission, appoint Christian Dorsey for a term ending December 31st, 2028. To the Technical Advisory Commission, reappoint Michael Cornfield for a term ending December 31st, 2027. To the Sports Commission, reappoint Carl Monaro for a term ending December 31st, 2026. To the Tenant Landlord Commission, appoint Nature Lewis for a term ending December 31st, 2027. Colleagues, no second is required. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you to all who are willing to serve. Really appreciate it. And further, Susan, did you want to make Ms. Cunningham, did you want to make this next motion? Yes.
Yep, I'd like to further move that the county board remove Deborah Ryan from the Sports Commission.
I'll second that. And all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. And that brings us to manager reports. We're almost to the annual comprehensive financial report, finally known as the CAFR, I think. Mr.
All
Manager.
right, okay, you can hear me now. So I'm going to ask Heather Briggs to come out. She's from Clifton Larson Allen, and she's going to give a presentation. Here she comes. On the annual comprehensive financial report, and Karen Spence is also with her, our controller, and Maria Meredith, who's going to come here. So Heather, I understand you have a few slides, so we'll turn it over to you. Go right ahead. Are you Karen's doing it? What happened here? Oh, you're going to introduce? Okay, go ahead. Yep.
Got it.
Great.
You're on. Go ahead.
No, it wasn't dress rehearsal.
All right.
Good afternoon. As Arlington County's Comptroller, it is my pleasure to introduce Heather Briggs, who is our CLA Principal, and Eris Coleman, our CLA Director for our fiscal year 24 external audit. Eris is a familiar face on our audit, and Heather was new this year. We finished our year with an unmodified opinion or clean opinion. I now invite Heather to present on our audits.
Okay.
Am I good? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Heather Briggs. I am the principal on the audit here with Eris Coleman. She's the director. I know we have some slides. I don't know if they're up or not.
I think Mr. Kushner can get those up. You might want to speak just a little louder.
All right. So first, I want to do something that we do at CLA. We give a little bit of gratitude. So I want to say thank you to the county board, to the finance departments of both the county and the school. It's a large undertaking, and they were very, very helpful and instrumental in getting this completed. So what is it that we do? The overview and purpose of this: we are auditing the annual comprehensive financial report and the federal grant programs under uniform guidance to provide opinions on those under government auditing standards, and also with the APA's specification for audits, counties, cities, and towns. What's our process? In the beginning, we're going to get a comprehensive understanding of your internal controls. And with that information, we're going to perform a risk assessment and look at areas that could potentially have material misstatements or noncompliance. And then we design procedures to lower that risk and help in formulating our opinions on your financial statements and your compliance. So what are the results? We issued an unmodified opinion. That's a clean opinion. That's the highest level of assurance you can receive. We didn't report any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies over internal control over financial reporting. That would be under your government auditing standards or your Yellow Book report. We also issued an unmodified opinion on the 5 federal programs tested under uniform guidance for the single audit. And we did not report any findings of compliance or material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal controls over compliance for those programs. Next slide. Standards also require that we give certain information at the completion of the audit. You were provided with a required communications letter. That letter basically states the location of important accounting policies, change in accounting policies, which you had GASB 101 this year. The county and the schools early implemented GASB 101 for compensated absences, basically changing the amount and way the liability is recorded and assessed. There was also a GASB 100 change in reporting entity. The stormwater fund went from a governmental fund to a business type fund under the utilities business type fund. And that's due to the way in which it's accounted for as charges for services rather than governmental funding. And there are also talks to significant estimates because of GASB 101. The compensated absence liability is along with the self-insurance IBNR, the incurred but not reported for the schools. Next slide, please. We're also pleased to report that there were no difficulties in conducting our audit or disagreements with management, and there were 2 past adjustments that occurred. One was related to the implementation of 101 for compensated absences and the exclusion of FICA tax on compensated absences, and based on materiality, management passed on recording those. If there are any questions?
Thank you. Very nice to have a very clean report. Colleagues, any questions for the moment? Ms. Cunningham, no?
We will have the opportunity, if people want to learn a lot more, they can tune in January to the audit committee meeting, where we will have a much more exhaustive conversation about this subject.
And the members of that committee will have questions for you. I'm sure they will.
That's fine.
But at the moment, for my last meeting, a clean report feels really good. Thank you. Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
Thank you all. Really appreciate it. Have fun with the audit committee. They're great. They actually are. They're very good. Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, back to you.
Yes. Up next, this is always an exciting part of the year because we get to do our end of the year video. So I will say the magic words and we'll say, let's roll the video.
Libby Garvey, who's with us this morning, and who has served this community with courage, heart, and distinction.
The box that we women are in puts the men in a box too, right? We all need to get out of our boxes and just be people.
All are welcome in Arlington County, and we're here to be proud of that. So thank you for joining us today.
When we celebrate Juneteenth and when we celebrate the 4th of July, we're celebrating the same thing. Juneteenth is just not a black holiday. It represents freedom.
We've been working with Vision Zero to promote safe driving.
The street can be better for everyone.
What makes an anxiety become disordered is it's fundamentally a false alarm, where the fear is 100% real, but the danger's not.
This year's theme is Together We Can. We know that as a community, we can come together to talk about overdoses and support others who are grieving. Together we can save lives.
Dementia-Friendly Arlington is an action team built with volunteers from the ground up that want to promote dementia awareness, dementia trainings to anyone and everyone.
This is our second year for hosting the Human Library. This is an opportunity to ask questions that you've always wondered about and learn about other people's lived experiences.
Finally, and most importantly, you'll cast your ballot.
You have to be registered to vote on Election Day.
And they're going to be transferred back to our secure warehouse.
An election chief actually supervises the election officers.
I grew up in Arlington.
I fall in love with her the first time I interviewed her, okay?
Just absolutely exquisite. Beautiful.
It's time for another visioning process. Arlington 2050 is going to be a year-long effort to bring people together from all across the county to envision what Arlington should look like nearly 3 decades from now.
Welcome to the year 2050. There are trees all over.
We are not an urban heat island.
There's a ton of dogs.
All secondary students ride art buses to school.
The Metro line down Langston is wonderful.
We have a range of housing suitable for seniors.
And a grocery store near your home.
We continue to welcome immigrants.
All of our students graduate ready for their next step and eventually have the option to have their own family in Arlington someday.
And we've undergrounded 66 and parts of 395.
I love that Arlington bustles with culture and art and recreation, so anyone will want to live here regardless of where they work.
Arlington is fantastic now because the county system listens to their young people just as they did that one time 25 years ago.
If we're clear about where we want to go, we can figure out what we need to do to get there.
That is the end of the video.
Thank you. What a cool county we live in, huh? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. There's a little more focus on one board member than there usually is, but that's okay. I'm going to now turn it over to my vice chair, I think, who's now in charge of the rest of the next hour or so. Is that correct, Mr. Karen?
Yes, only for the next hour.
Yeah, I'm going to get that back. I got a few more hours to go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, thank you so much for coming in during this fantastic video. What a year, right? So, I would like now to introduce some very special individuals who want to speak today. This is our special public hearing, Madam Chair.
Okay.
And first of them, Mr. Scott Bedowitz.
There, now you're on. Yeah.
Now we're on. Good. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board. As noted, I am Scott Pedowitz, and I appreciate your invitation to share some thoughts on this special occasion. I have known our dear chair throughout my 17 years as an Arlingtonian, though our relationship was most solidified when I had the honor of managing her reelection campaign in 2016. And I want to share some stories from that year, which I think best exemplify Madam Chair's ethic of service. And inasmuch as I expect that it will be clear as you hear them, let me note at the outset that these remarks are exclusively my own and that I am not speaking today on behalf of any organization with which I am affiliated. Can never be too careful. When thinking about elected officials' careers, we tend to focus on their policy positions. But the true measure of a public servant is how they respond to and meet the needs of the people in their communities. And in traveling with Libby during our campaign, I saw and learned how she responds. In our campaign for the county board, I can't count the number of people who would pull me aside and share one-on-one something that Libby had done for their child when she was on the school board. And it wasn't just our supporters. I heard it from multiple people who were opposing our campaign too. Because even though we weren't seeing eye to eye in that moment, they remembered and appreciated still how Libby helped their families. And speaking of family, Libby and I were out canvassing once with a local journalist in tow, and in our travels, we happened upon a mother who was concerned about a health issue that her young child was facing, and an issue by pure coincidence with which Libby had familiarity. And after many minutes of Libby hearing the mother's concerns and doing all she could to assuage her fears, the journalist kind of pulled me aside and said, "Can we move things along? I want to hear a discussion of county issues and get my story." But I knew that any attempt to pull Libby away before she had done all that she could to reassure that mother would have gone absolutely nowhere. And by the way, for the journalists out there, that's the story of Libby. But to me, the best exemplar of Libby's ethic is from a private conversation we had after she offered me the campaign manager position, but before I had accepted it. Now, I hope my neighbors will forgive my trespassing a partisan anecdote in this room and at this lectern, which belongs equally to all Arlingtonians. But I knew that what it means to be a Democrat would be of primary issue in our campaign. And so I asked Libby, what does being a Democrat mean to you? She replied, I think it means being a good Christian. And I won't lie, my first thought was, hey, Gewalt. It was not the answer I expected, given the contemporary American political zeitgeist. But instead of rushing to judgment, I asked her to expound. And Libby said, you know, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Whatever you did for the least of these, you did for me. I accepted the job the next day. And thus, let me conclude by submitting that Libby, when considering her whole life's work and commitment, is truly a woman for others. I have learned so much from our time together, and no doubt will continue to learn from her. Madam Chair, Libby, I'm immensely grateful to have you not only as a role model, but especially as a friend. Thank you.
Thank you. It goes both ways. So I'm going to grab everybody afterwards and give them a hug, which I need to do, but if I do it now, it will go on forever, and these doors over here squeak something awful. So I won't, but thank you, Scott. Thank you so much for those kind words. I'd forgotten those instances, so except for that reporter. I do remember her. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Pedowitz. Actually, your remarks are also good for everybody. That's you accomplish that always very, very well. The next is our former colleague, Mr. John Weisstead.
Hey, John.
Good afternoon. Boy, I've only got 3 minutes. I could really have fun with this, but I'll do my best. I'm John Weisstead, and I've known Libby now for decades. I'm delighted to speak from the heart as she turns the page. Libby made her mark thanks to at least 4 qualities that more public officials could work harder to emulate, in my view. First, Libby, you continue to champion civility and respect in public discourse at a time when certain national, state, and even local forces make this very hard to do. No more perfect an example of this was just last Saturday when Matt approached me in the lobby and said, John, you got to watch that public comment this morning, which I did. When you met fire with a call to turn down the temperature and an offer to confer rather than condemn, and I listened to your remarks after some of those public comment remarks and the conversation, and I feel that every single one of you rose to the occasion. And Matt, I really appreciate your remarks as well, especially. Second, Libby, you broke free of your partisan straitjacket when it counted. It's a cliche, but good policy over the politics of convenience in 2014 and beyond. In today's toxic times, it takes a special person to cross party lines and occasionally free oneself from party orthodoxy. Joe Lieberman, Liz Cheney, and you did it at great initial cost to yourself. But the voters continue to award you with re-election time after time. As the late Frank O'Leary once said, the Libbycrats and the Libertarians will always turn out in force. And you know what? You could have done it again. I'll forever be grateful for your mentoring, your steadfast support, our friendship, and most importantly, our work for Arlington County together. Third, you were always a stalwart champion for Arlington Public Schools, not just during your school board service, but ever since. Over 15 years ago, you saw the need to speed up the construction of the new Wakefield High School. And with leadership and frankly pressure, from the Wakefield PTA. Where's Kathy O'Malley? Is she in the room? Former president of the Wakefield PTA, Kathy O'Malley. We joined forces with Washington Liberty and my home house high school of Yorktown, and we got it done against the odds.
And against the county board at the time.
That's
well
right.
done.
Yep. On the county board, be it budgets, the siting of Alice West Fleet Elementary, or ensuring that historic preservation requirements don't hamstring needed work on Swanson and Dorothy Ham, you always knew that strong public schools make for a stronger community. And fourth, you nurtured local, regional, and statewide connections to advance Arlington's interests and to foster greater understanding, not just across geographic lines, but across political lines as well. With distinguished service on the board of the Virginia Association of Counties, the Northern Virginia Regional Commission, the DCA Airport Noise Coalition, and many other bodies dealing with transportation, the environment, human services, and more. I'll never forget the quip of one Southside Virginia good old boy at VACO one year while we were having breakfast. He turned to us and he said, "If Arlington had more leaders like you and Libby, we might not be so suspicious of y'all up there." Libby, it may take time to get used to doing without open door Mondays, vexing votes, or cranky constituents, but somehow I think you'll manage. There is life after elective office. Embrace it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And thank you for your courage at times, too. You also took it on the chin on occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weisstedt. Thank you, John Weisstedt. That was really very inspiring and insightful. So we have a possibility to be heard at VACO at some point, right? We just need to listen to a better leadership. So the next one, Marguerite Gooden.
Hey, Marguerite. I think I didn't know you were coming today.
I know. I can't believe they have me following those two gentlemen.
You'll be fine.
I will try to make this quick, but it's hard. I'm Marguerite Gooden, and I am a native Arlingtonian who grew up in the historical Black neighborhood of Halls Hill. I was having a very difficult time deciding what I should say about Libby Garvey. But after the recent county board meeting, I knew just how to describe her. I watched people accuse her of being thoughtless, racist, uncaring, and not following through on promises made. As I sat there and listened, I had one thought: these people don't know her. She really impressed me even more when she responded to the comments that were being made. The one that stood out most was her suggestion that we as citizens begin to work together and learn more about each other in order to make a difference and to make things happen in our county. That government was not the answer to everything and couldn't be the answer to everything. This was truly the Libby Garvey I know. I have known Libby for at least 2.5 decades, if not more. First, as a school board member, because I was as a teacher and administrator in APS for 40 years. And then as a county board member. I'd like to share two very significant events that definitely describe who Libby Garvey is as one of Arlington's prestigious politicians and servants. First, while on the school board, in the late 90s and early 2000s, our superintendent, who happens to be here, then was Dr. Robert Smith, was very revolutionary in his thinking about how to address the equity and disparity between Black students, students of color, and white students. I remember him clearly stating in one big meeting of all the administrators that the gap was not solely the responsibility of the students and their families, but a major portion of that gap could be attributed to us, the leaders of APS. And that was astounding. You can't imagine how many people wanted to crawl under the chair. How dare him say that? But it was so true. He said we needed to work on dealing with our perceptions of kids, and that way we would be able to address their needs actively and more efficiently. So we began what was called then the Courageous Conversations, and they were mandatory. What impressed me was that he said, "Oh no, we're not starting with the teachers, we're starting with the leaders, with us, from school board members to principals, assistant principals, supervisors, all administrative teams." And I was so impressed with that fact that the school board members, like Libby Garvey, who led the way, supported this 100% and participated in the courageous conversations that truly, truly made a difference. That's when I got to know who Libby Garvey was. Sure enough, in about 3 years, we began to see changes, positive changes in the disparity and the gap between students of color and white students. In our APS workforce, with the teachers, administrators, it became more and more diverse and much more effective and more representative of our county in which we all live and served. Libby was a leader in having that happen. That was some really risky and revolutionary thinking and work that was done and supported by people like Libby Garvey and the other school board members. The second major event that depicts Libby Garvey that I know was when the fire department leadership announced that they were going to move Station 8 out of our neighborhood, Halls Hill. Of course, the neighborhood, as well as myself, went in, became outraged, and there was an uproar. By this time, Libby was on the county board. So I picked up the phone and called her and said, "Libby, we have to meet." She never hesitated. She said, "Let me know when." And so I set up a meeting with our Neighborhood Citizens Association leadership at my house, and Libby came and brought the chief of the fire department. That was a brave move on her part. We had quite a robust, honest, productive conversation, and I remember her sharing later with me that after that meeting, she left stating to the chief, "This is more than just about a fire station." I was quite impressed with the fact that she actually heard everything that we had to say and actually read not only our thought processes, but she read our hearts. Now, that was extraordinary for one of our political servants and so much appreciated by somebody like me. Because of that, she established the task force and made the masterful move of putting the infamous Noah Simon as chair. After a year and a half of meetings and hard work and leadership and an extraordinary chair having some very difficult conversations, we were able to come to a viable resolution that kept our neighborhood happy and maintained the superb service of Station 8 for our community. I so appreciate Libby Garvey's outstanding strategic work. Libby, you are a masterful political servant that has led with wisdom, compassion, and authenticity. You are my sister from another mother. Congratulations, and I look forward to working with you in your next chapter. God bless.
Bless you, Marguerite. So There's another master here, too. It's Marguerite, if you haven't picked it up. I pick up the phone, call her, and sometimes she picks up the phone, call me. We've done a lot of that over the last few years. We've gotten in some good trouble doing that. Thank you so much for talking about the school system and the school board and Rob Smith. Rob, are you here? Dr. Smith? Rob, I think you are. Can you stand? There you are. Thank you. Let's recognize Rob. We hired Rob to do that work, and you did it. And thank you. It's one of the things I'm really, really proud of. There's a little bit of a theme here. You know, I hired a really good superintendent. We'd closed the gap. We got in big trouble with the fire station, and I got Noah to handle that process. There's a little bit of a theme. Okay, next up. Thank you.
Our final speaker in this round, Madam Chair, is our former colleague, I would say County Board Chair Emeritus, Mr. Christian Dorsey.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Karen Tonis, esteemed members of the board, board member-elect, and of course, Chair Garvey. It is my honor to be with you, and I am grateful to have been invited to speak and share some remarks along with Ms. Gooden, Mr. Weistat, and Mr. Pedowitz. And Libby, after nearly 3 decades as an elected official serving on our school and county boards, it is clear that you have made an indelible impact on the history of Arlington County in the 21st century. And when people talk about you and your accomplishments and your record of service, they'll point to things like having been elected by your colleagues to serve as chair of those respective boards, I believe 7 times, that you are among the few elected officials among the many thousands who have served, who has been recognized by the Council of Governments with their most prestigious honor. Those are incredibly worthy accomplishments, but I'd like to take this time, if it's okay, to talk about you as a person, because it's you as the person that I feel that while many Arlingtonians know Libby Garvey, they haven't had the privilege of knowing you as a person as I have. And it got me to thinking about, when people think of you, they see those campaign signs that just simply says Libby. That immediately is recognizable not only in Arlington, but throughout the region. And it got me thinking about single words that I would use to describe you. And the first that came to mind was indefatigable. You are an incredibly focused individual in a world where people shift their priorities and focus seemingly depending on the way the wind blows. You are laser-like in your commitment to the most important things, whether it be civil rights, opposition to war, good government, and making sure governing institutions take care of the vulnerable and the most marginalized. I am proud to place you in the company of another one of my heroes, Elizabeth Warren, as someone who, despite obstacles, nevertheless persisted. That is you. But you were also a mentor to me and to many others, a loyal friend, someone who is a trusted advisor and willing to share the benefit of your wisdom and your skill and experience with others, making sure that future generations of public officials and people who want to lead and serve in our community are equipped with the tools to do so effectively and righteously. And one of the most important lessons you have taught me is that the job of a local elected official is not to attract the spotlight to ourselves, but to use our skills and influence to get the best from others, whether it be the manager and his team or the community and all those who want to contribute to a better Arlington. But you are also intuitive, an intuitive sense unlike any I've seen in any other individual. Reminds me of Maya Angelou's quote. After it's all said and done, people are not going to remember what you said or what you did, but they're going to remember how you made them feel. And Libby, that's who you are inside and out, recognizing that we can't really lead people until we take care of their most basic feelings and needs. That's why you've been focused for more than 2 decades, more than any official in our region, on emergency preparedness and safety, understanding that regardless of anything, if people don't feel safe in their communities, we're not going to have the kind of community that we want. And that was especially laid bare during COVID, which seems like a lifetime ago. It was only a few years, when even though we were going through something unprecedented and nobody knew what to do, you had this intuitive sense that our job as elected officials was to be in front of our community in every way that we could, not only doing the things to keep them safe, but hearing their concerns, taking care of their fears, being mindful of their anxieties, and even if we couldn't do anything, making sure that we just listened. But you also have a buoyancy, and this will be my last word, I promise. And you can see it right now, that smile that has brightened my day many times and that can...
Right back at you, Mr. Dorsey, on the smile.
But that smile, which I have seen in good times when you would expect it, but also during incredibly difficult times. And when I think about your life, a life of resilience, dealing with personal tragedy and the unexpected loss of Kenan, your buoyancy lifted you up, lifted your family up, but then you also sought to make sure that other people in the community could be lifted up. And Phoenix Bikes is a manifestation of your connecting your tragedy with your own internal buoyancy to make the community better. I see it whenever we talk about your kids and your grandkids and the incredible way in which you are an anchor for them, but also they serve to propel you to the great things that you do for all of us. It's like when others would sink to the bottom in despair, you're like a human flotation device, making sure that we can sort of rise up and see the clear path ahead. I am personally just so grateful for the journey that has seen us over the last 2 decades, first be on opposing sides of the fence, to then being comrades in arms, colleagues, and I'd like to think, friends. This may close the chapter. This meeting and this year may close the chapter on your elected service, but I know full well that you are going to bring your indefatigable, intuitive, buoyant mentorship and leadership to continue to serve our community, and I can't wait to see what you do and hopefully be invited along for the ride. Thank
Absolutely.
you, Libby.
I got
Thank
plans.
you very much.
I'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say that prestigious award that COG presented, which actually does mean a lot to me because it's presented by your colleagues. It's not because you finished service. It's not anyway. Christian Dorsey also received that. So, yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Carrington,
well,
back to you.
Deservedly so in both cases, and very important cases for Arlington, by the way. Mr. Manager.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Libby, you're going to hear a lot of things you've already heard. It's usual at times like this that people would expect me to deliver some clever remarks or profound observations when someone's made a significant contribution to our community. Someone like you who's been on the political merry-go-round for a long time. You know I have a little penchant for looking at history, but after your 12 years of elected service on the county board and 15 years of elected service on the school board, you hold the land speed record for elected service in local office in Arlington County dating back to 1932.
And Mark, I have to correct you. It's 12 years and like 9 months here and 15 years and 3 because it adds up to 28.
Okay, 28. Thank you.
Just saying.
I'm not that good with numbers. You know that.
Yeah, but other people here are. I know they'll correct us.
Your 28 years of elected service is a record that I think we will see stand for quite a long time. So my remarks are a little bit opposite of clever and profound, but I wanted to talk about a few simple things. I wanted to talk about your superpowers. Let's discuss each of them. First is your superpower of understanding how all of our work grows and benefits from person-to-person connections. Of all the people I have ever met, Libby is among the best listeners and most empathetic people I know. She was there for me at the time of the death of my father and has kept after me about the health of my mother and my need to take a break. Our conversations would easily flow from site plans to the state of civilization. from budget guidance to the state of civility, from child care programs to the history of the Chautauqua movement. She has made it her calling to build bridges to other elected officials in the region, and you have used your charisma and empathy to push Arlington's vision across the region. Second, you have a superpower of being amazingly perceptive. You have accomplished more than many of your contemporaries by focusing on a few simple precepts, keeping things clear and concise, having a knack for knowing the pulse of the community and sensing the true motivations of others make you a remarkable leader. The 3 times Libby has served as chair of the board have been years of challenge. I always like to joke. Each time, her clear focus on being resilient and listening to the sentiments of the community have helped me and others not only make it through, but thrive. And as Mr. Dorsey mentioned, don't forget that in 2020, this community faced its most profound challenge since the Spanish flu of a century ago. Her steady leadership, thoughtful and respectful prodding of federal, state, and local officials helped the community make it through to the other side. Your next superpower is being able to motivate people by showing them respect, but also asking them hard questions. This is most obvious to me as county manager because I see how you interact with staff. Your often stated approach of relying on staff should not be mistaken for anything other than respect for work done well by staff and gentle and respectful prodding of staff when they've missed the mark, which has been known to happen on occasion. In your 12 years on the county board, Libby has had the pleasure of sitting through over 500 staff briefings. You have added to the back and forth by offering advice and counsel to staff on how to sharpen their presentation and how to better make the pitch to her colleagues. And to wrap up the superpower discussion, let's not forget that you speak your mind plainly and simply. Such an approach led her to wear as a badge of honor her unwillingness to follow what have some described as the party line. In doing so, however, you've earned the respect of those you disagreed with. From where I sat, Libby grew a strong bond with Eric Gutschall, someone she bested in the primaries in 2016. She earned the respect of countless others who were on the other side of issues given her decency and candor. Next, beyond your superpowers, Libby has viewed her role as bringing community together to discuss things that weren't the subject of votes by a county board. Your partnership with our libraries and your discussion of thought-provoking books added a dimension to the county's governance and life that is unique. I can recall few times when Libby was more excited than we were able to bring David Brooks to discuss with us virtually in the middle of the pandemic his written work entitled The Quest for a Moral Life. Whether it was The Fourth Turning or a series of articles or essays, Libby is a constant partner for me and for the community in pushing the boundaries of our thinking. She was often happiest talking about some ideas she gleaned from her travel to other countries and prodded me and others to ask, why not here? And to push the boundaries of our comfort zone. And finally, Libby has lived her faith, the pursuit of dignity for all, embodied in our equity resolution and our numerous county programs, are evocative of the spirit of being a Quaker and the progressive and social justice focus of the Society of Friends. In conclusion, I wanted to offer my personal thanks to Libby for having faith in me as manager, and to thank Libby on behalf of all the county staff, and wanted to note that she has formed an extended group of friends here with our staff and our community, and we look forward to another 28 years of giving back to the community. Thank you, Libby.
And we won't go into it, but Mark, much of what you said about me applies to you too, just saying. And during COVID, this man practically lived in this building, never left this community. I could go home and sleep sometimes. I think you slept sometimes. But it was amazing what you did to help carry us through. Thank you. And the staff briefings, I really do like, actually. For the most part, I love them. Especially when it's just me and I can ask as many questions as I want. All right, thank you. Mr. Karantonis, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manager. I think here comes the part where we say the discussion is now with the board.
Oh, dear. Don't go on too long, guys. Here. Are you getting everybody?
Oh, yeah. But I'm not immediate addressee of that, so I may pass the egg timer to
We have little timers
our-
here, 3
to
minutes, just to
our-
kind of help out.
to our youngest, most recent colleague, Maureen Coffey.
Yeah, I will flip the timer, but I don't promise.
No,
to
you don't
stay
have to
within
promise. No,
it.
you know, I'm not real, hard and fast about it. It's okay.
I thought no better way to honor the spirit of Libby Garvey than to speak from the heart rather than writing everything out. And I think, you said you think you're going to be able to not get emotional. I'm not sure I can promise the same. And I hope that that is a testament to the impact you've had on me in just 1 year. And so to think of the impact you've had across the community across 28 years, me times probably infinity. I think it's my first year on the board, which everyone here probably knows, and overlapping with your last year on the board, I don't know that there could have been a better handoff. And many folks who have spoken have referenced knowing Libby for decades now, and I have not had that honor. In fact, if we do the math, Libby has been in elected office for 28 years, and I am 29 years old. So only 1 year of my life was Libby not serving Arlington County. And I wouldn't bring up age if not for the fact that Libby has been the biggest champion of, I think, our favorite fun fact, which is that I am the youngest ever serving board member for Arlington County, and Libby Garvey is the oldest ever serving board member of Arlington County, meaning that we have the largest span of representation of age that the county has ever had right now. And I think that's just critically important to how you've approached this year in terms of mentorship, in terms of kind of being the matriarch of this board right now. We have an opportunity where we have 3 women on the board. It's, I think, from my personal research, only the second time ever that that's happened. In the history of Arlington County, only 12 women have served on the county board. 3 of us are on the dais at this moment.
Wow, a quarter of them. Wow.
A quarter of all of
Impressive.
the ever women. And I think, at the beginning of the year, we were asked to do a panel on women in leadership across ages or across generations.
Ages, I think
and
it was, yeah.
I think that was maybe one of the first times that I realized just how similar we are. And
that's why we get along.
We get along very well. And it's been so fun. But I think watching that panel, preparing for it with you, also really made me recognize the things that have changed in 28 years, the things that have changed for women in 28 years, women in leadership, the battles that you fought that I will never have to, the things that you changed by being yourself, by being truthful to your beliefs and transparent, but also kind and respectful and firm. And I think from the whole year, some of the memories that stick out the most for me were sitting on the couch in your office at some of the hardest moments and just talking. The times that we weren't working on anything, but I don't know that you and I know how to have a short conversation. And just the fun and the joy that you bring to this work after 28 years of doing this, to be able to find joy and find positivity in everything that comes to us, while taking it very seriously, and especially on the emergency preparedness, maybe more seriously than anyone else I talk to. But it's been inspirational, and I feel so lucky to have had this year to kind of hand off from your service to myself and Miss Cunningham's. And I think Arlington has been so lucky to have you.
Thank you. Well, it's been so much fun working with Maureen. Thank you. And I'm not going away. You can work on those decades of friendship. We got time. We can do that. Totally. Thank you. Thank you.
I bet this is true. To speaking about women behind the dais. So, Ms. Cunningham.
Great. Well, thank you. I'll try to keep my 30 minutes short. I don't know, just joking. I went down a rabbit hole of history and Washington Post articles from the 90s and things I had missed the first time around because I was a very young Arlingtonian at that point. But I am just so grateful to have served with you, Libby, and to have been served by you for the many years before that. My time of engagement in civic life in Arlington almost exactly parallels your elected service. So I followed you around through the APS world on facilities and various BLPCs. And made all kinds of problems that you helped us solve. And then really have enjoyed your leadership on the board and your willingness to speak up. I would say, just to share, there are kind of two topics I want to hit on. One is you have constantly, and this year has been a really focused effort, been teaching us what to do. And I would say in terms of what to do, you've had three areas that I'll take away. One is not surprisingly the same as Christian came up with, which is no matter what, persist. You will get there. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and just wait them out. You'll get there. The second is it'll never be perfect. So just get as much data as you can and go about it and decide already, and then move on. We'll fix it later if we need to. And then the last one is don't forget to have lipstick, which is a generational item, but key.
But only if you want to.
Correct. We've modified it.
I start out that way and then I eat. I don't.
Exactly. But the advice that had been transmitted to you was transmitted on, and you make sure you have a red power suit. So we've been working on that. And then the second area is, and many have spoken about it, but really the how to lead, and that focus on civility and respect that is just so fundamental to your faith, to your being, to your leadership, and to our community. I think that looking back at some of the tenser moments, both on the school board when capital improvement budgets were spicy, and then when transportation projects were spicy, you always highlighted that you were going to listen well, and as Marguerite said, listen to the people's hearts, do the best that you could, and be kind and respectful throughout it. And so I just will always take that with me. And I think in your 2021 remarks, you went back to, 1595 or so, where the book on civility was, the quote was, "Be respectful, not subservient, or always agreeing, but respectful." And that will stick with me, Libby. We in Arlington are so grateful for your service and hope that we'll carry the torch on.
Thank you. Yeah, we've been doing this a while. Thank you. And I appreciate, so Maureen and I are too much alike. Susan and I are almost too different, and I really value that tremendously. Thank you. It's so important to have people around you who aren't like you, because sometimes you miss seeing things because you're always looking off in that direction, and it's really important to see everything. Thank you. Okay, who's next?
Mr. DeFrenti.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I'll have some of the same themes, but perhaps they can be framed in a little different way. And I'll start with civility because I think 2/3 or maybe 3/4, maybe everybody in the room knows that civility, I am not shy. I may seem boring when I'm on the dais, but I am not shy about expressing my views, nor is Libby. And so I feel in the course, there's probably no professional relationship that I'm prouder of keeping productive and civil and engaged over the last 5 years than what we have worked. We have disagreements, but as I said on Saturday, true public service and the civility you've shown throughout, I'm just very grateful for it. And civility is not abstractly, as you said, always agreeing. It's about working and respecting each other, even when there's difference. Curiosity is another theme that I think poked through. Libby and I are on 2 regional commissions, and someone said it best in one of those in the last 2 weeks, that when there's a question that needs to be asked in a meeting, she'll ask it. And because when there's just sort of a glossy, everybody's agreeing, you ask it. And that has to be done. And that's evident in your service throughout. I think courage is another theme that is there. Sometimes it's not easy to speak your truth. And you have done that at key moments. And that is something we need in our public servants. Resilience, I'll just allude, you mentioned the passing of your husband, but also in college, she lost, it was a key moment when resilience was at the heart of the question of who you were as a person, and you met that moment for your family, and I've seen resilience again and again throughout, and I'm grateful for it in the midst of COVID and in the midst of many, many issues. I would agree. I'm not saying that school board, county board conversations are always easy, but when it comes time for where to put your values in a budget, Libby stood with our schools. I think you're right about that, John. And I also know that we have had the gift of working together on a shared passion, which is hunger. And you have always cared about that issue, and it reflects on who you are. I'll just conclude with a short little story that I hope provides some amusement, a little bit of compassion. I think I was 3 weeks into the job, sitting in my office, having a first year that it's always difficult the first year. It just is. Even if you know it could be difficult in your first year. Libby and I were talking about an issue, and we sort of talked for a little while, and then very kindly but clearly, Libby asked, do you have some friends you can talk to about these public issues? Do you have a kitchen cabinet? It was the nicest way of saying, do you have a clue, I think. And maybe to your chagrin, there's some, I ultimately hope that I came through with working with you with who I am and who you are, and I hope we've been able to serve Arlington well. I know that you have always tried to do right as you see it and listen to people, and those 2 things are what we need in our public servants. So thank you, Libby Garvey.
Thank you, Matt. And I'll just say, I really appreciate when you ran on hunger and focusing on hunger, and I'm thinking, hunger in Arlington? I don't think we have hunger. And oh my gosh, do we have an issue? Thank you for raising that, and it's become really a focus in the last few years because I was really kind of unaware. Thank you. And I appreciate you trying to stand up for me a little bit on Saturday. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti.
Mr. Vice Chair.
So my time. It's symbolic, but it's good.
Yeah.
And I think this tells you a lot about Libby, how she conveys, essential things, like, for example, being brief and clear and, try to understand for whom you're talking and who you're serving. Because when we are sitting in front of a generation of leadership, the first thing that we have to understand, that's a generation of Arlingtonians who have benefited from that. Libby Garvey is a brand of leadership that applies to this place, to our town. And this is a conversation that I had with Eric Gottschalk. You mentioned him at some absolutely, inconspicuous place before he got ill, because he was saying to me, something, I don't know how you will take it, but I'm really thinking of endorsing Libby. I said, why would I take it badly? Tell me more about that. And so he began with a cascade of insights and discussions about the humanity and the good relationship and the focus on outcomes, which Eric liked a lot to focus on. And I remember one thing that I took from this conversation and was the sense of duty. The sense of duty, the focus on who we serve. I don't know, Libby, how many times we have discussed anything and it came back to the same denominator, which was, this is good for Arlington. So everything that is your skill, your superpower, this community radar that you have, the listening, the ability to calibrate exactly what you are listening and what does it mean for other constituencies and for staff and for us. Your ability to be an opportunity maker, your ability to grab an issue and then say, well, we could do this and that and that, and this is the more, the proximal thing, and this is the more distant thing, etc., which you probably have from, I speculate that this comes from the school board, to understand the sequence of change.
Yeah, I do learn. After 28 years, I've picked up some things.
And with that comes resolve and resiliency because, when, as you're a cascade of common sense steps towards a goal. And people have said that already, that you are locked into an outcome. And that is, for me, the biggest lesson and the biggest, the most important contribution to your mentorship to me. That I understand. That comes along with also learning very well to respect the disagreement, as you did, many times. So I remember three things, and I will have them with me if you talk about legacy and important moments that I've lived with you and had the opportunity and the honor to do. One is your leadership during the pandemic. This was the time where nobody had a vaccine, where people were dying in our, older Arlingtonians were actually dying, were delivered in hospital and had to be intubated and say goodbye to their relatives through an iPad. This was that time. And Mark Schwartz notes that as well. But this was important leadership. The second moment was the moment that you were not chair anymore, but it was January 6th. And your calm, resolve, ability to measure and calibrate the situation was extremely helpful to everybody around you, to me in any case. The third moment was your adamant support on the Barcroft purchase, for which I thank you personally, and I think in representations of thousands of Arlingtonians. You said many times, you had these relationships. You were working with Mr. DeLashmont. I know that. I was there. And you were the only one who were talking to them. Nevertheless, when the things got hard, and this was a really difficult financial decision for Arlington, huge financial decision. This was the equivalent of an entire high school. Talking of which, Wakefield is definitely a piece of legacy that we have to see. So, to answer the question that Kristen Clark gave us, what is Arlington going to look in 30 years? I have a very safe answer to that. I know that Arlington will be very much better in 30 years because of your service.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Is it my turn?
Of course.
Okay, cool. I have planned for this a little bit. Thank you all so much. So it's really great to have an event like this, I think people have said it before, and not have to be dead. It's really nice. So thank you all so much. Thank you for coming, all the wonderful comments. It's really been kind of a lot of trips down memory lane, which I am doing. And, I really appreciate all the kind words, and people have been sending me emails and things. Arlington has in many ways just been a big family for me over the past decades. And I want to thank my colleagues and also our awesome board staff for putting this event together. It's not easy. I need to give a shout out to my family. None of them are here right now, but I decided I don't wear a lot of jewelry, but I'm wearing a pin that my daughter gave me when she went to Europe. I'm wearing a bracelet my other daughter gave me. I don't wear a lot of jewelry, but I wanted to carry them with me. I'm wearing my mother's pearls and pearl earrings that my husband gave me for our 10th anniversary. And being in elected office is really hard on the family. Really, really hard on families. So when you're working with electeds, and every now and you wonder, why aren't you serving so long? I mean, it's not an easy thing to do. So, but it is truly an honor and a privilege. And I'm going to take this opportunity. I got the mic and I got a minute to just talk a little bit about local government, because that's my passion. I mean, it really is. It took me a while to figure that out, actually. What is it that drives you? Oh, I love this stuff. And people have asked me over the years, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this so long? How can you do this? So I'm going to share two stories that kind of help explain a little bit. A shorter story. As many of you know, my 96-and-a-half-year-old mother lives here in Arlington, and she is a little, she may be listening, actually. I've got some family possibly tuning in. She has been worrying a lot about the leaves on the lawn because other people in the neighborhood have been raking, and my daughter, it took her a while to get around to raking the leaves, and my mother would be with the lawn with the leaves. So my daughter did rake them. They got on a good pot. It was great. And then they were in the street. Is somebody getting those leaves? How long are they in this? Oh, isn't somebody going to come and get the streets? I said, Arlington County will come. They'll come, Mom. They will. When are they coming? So they were there for maybe 4 days, but it was a very long 4 days for my mother. So a few days later, the truck comes. Mom, it's here. Watch it. And it's got this, like that Mr. Snuffleupagus. You remember that thing? It vacuums them up. And I want my mother, and she's watching, and she starts to get concerned. Are they going to get the grassy area between the sidewalk and the street? She's worried that the leaves won't get back. Yes, they will. I think they will, Mom. And sure enough, they come back and do that. They will. And then they come back with a rake, and the guy manually rakes the leaves along the street till there really is hardly a leaf anywhere. And I'm thinking, that is awesome. Just awesome. And it's when I say, see, Mom? And that kind of explains why we got some emails praising the people who are picking up the leaves. It's just amazing. It's the everyday work that makes this county what it is and makes me so proud to be a part of it. From the manager down to the people collecting the leaves. Everybody's professional, caring, hardworking, and they're smart. Now, if you indulge me, I've got a video for you. It's about 10 minutes. That's the next story. And this one is another point of why I'm so proud of what we do. And the next story is from our November 2019 board meeting. We take care of a lot more than leaves, of course, and it's not always easy. It can be unpleasant and even dangerous. I'm sure you all remember quite clearly just a year ago the explosion at North Burlington Street. Nobody died in that except the perpetrator. And it was practically a miracle, and it was due to the professionalism and the courage of our first responders. And we just cannot forget that. But this story is a little older, goes back to 2019, and I've never forgotten it. Mr. Kushner, can you get it kind of teed up there, and we will play this video. It's from a board meeting 5 years ago, almost to the day. It was a November meeting. There was a rupture at Key Bridge and Chain Bridge and Lee Road, which you probably remember. Huge water main that brings the water over from the District of Columbia. It was November. Remember how uncomfortably cold November can be? And it was that year.
Mike Collins is going to join.
Excuse me? Oh, okay, that's the video, sorry. And you'll hear in here, coming through that pipe, 64 tons of pressure. And to me, I have been asking, and why they pulled this up for me, and I'm so grateful for Mason and others to find it. I've been talking about this video ever since. I've been talking to you guys about it, well, you're going to see it now. Because this just tells, to me, in a 10-minute clip, says a whole lot about how important government is and how good ours is. So I'm going to talk a little bit after that, and then we can have cookies. All right, are we ready to run it? How are we doing? Take it away.
What gravity are you living in? Join me. And we have with us some incredible staff from the Department of Environmental Services. As you all know, and as I mentioned on Saturday, the early morning hours of November 8th, one of the county's largest water mains ruptured on North Glebe Road, just south of Chain Bridge. And the consequences were pretty much instantaneous.
Make it a little louder.
Which led to a boil water advisory affecting portions of Arlington and the District of Columbia and washing out a large portion of the road. So I'm going to ask Mike Collins to provide some details and go over essentially what was the first 48 hours and also introduce the employees who got the call at probably 4 o'clock in the morning and headed out and did some phenomenal work. So Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, board members. So I am here today to try and provide some context as to the complexity of the response and the recovery, and really to highlight the amazing employees that responded with extraordinary competence, professionalism, and commitment. I also do want to thank the partner agencies that helped us to recover. But while I'm up here, I figured I'd first extend our gratitude and support to the community. We applaud the resilience which they displayed, and while we work to restore normalcy, and we're really grateful for the hundreds of messages of appreciation which they've conveyed to us. That really has been very gratifying. So getting into the specifics of the break, though, we're having some technology issues, but I'll go ahead and keep going, and we've got some slides to support it. The catastrophic break, which occurred at about 2:56 a.m. per our, what's called our SCADA clock, it had an instantaneous and catastrophic effect on Glebe Road. The water moving in that 36-inch pipe at a pressure of 135 pounds per square inch, that equates to a force of 65 tons, actually a little bit more than 65 tons of force. So instantaneously, large portions of the Arlington and the DC water system began to drain as a result of the damage. At our water control center down at the Trade Center, our 2 overnight operators were immediately confronted with multiple audible and visual alarms on our control systems. We think it was about less than 3 minutes after the break, we received our first customer call about at 2:59 in the morning. And at 2:59 in the morning, they reported no water in the 1200 block of North Lincoln Street. That's almost 3 miles away from the break. From that point, calls were incessant. There are a lot of people up at 3 in the morning getting ready for work. And so our control center operators were immediately trying to respond to the alarms, but also provide the customer service that we strive to provide. Our on-call water maintenance supervisor was the first on site at about 3:50 in the morning out there at Glebe Road, and he encountered a main break unlike any that he had seen before. We do have a video which we may be able to play or may not, but there is no video which can do justice to the sight and sound and the trembling which that kind of break creates. Shutting down yeah, there you go. So it's but being out there is a whole different experience. It's awe-inspiring. As we confronted that, though, shutting down, the first challenge we had is shutting down a main of this size, pressure, and importance. It's a complicated and delicate operation. Our valve crew, which arrived soon behind our maintenance manager, quickly devised a plan to isolate this section of pipe and to address the immediate danger. That plan consisted of identifying the necessary valves, locating them, because they're often covered under leaves and dirt and debris, and then carefully operating them by hand against extraordinary pressure. Closing each of these valves is a 2-man operation, and when valves of this size and pressure are operated against this type of force, they literally generate an earthquake. The entire ground vibrates as these valves close or open. And I'll admit, I even turned to our maintenance distribution supervisor and said, "This is okay?" And he chuckled at me. I had not experienced shutting a valve of this size before. So our crew's smart shutdown plan required operation of only 4 valves. So this just indicates the knowledge and the ability the skill they had in analyzing our maps and our system. But these 4 valves, they are separated by 1.5 miles, and one of the valves was on the other side of the break, which we had to address by an 8-mile detour through McLean because Kirby Road is closed. So shutting down those valves was more complicated than it could have been in other situations. But first of them was closed at 5:30 in the morning, and the last of them was closed around 6:15. The fact that their initial shutdown plan was successful without complication is a result of their clear thinking under pressure, their familiarity with and understanding of our system, and just skill. When you operate a valve like these valves, you create sudden changes in the dynamics, hydrodynamics in a system. And if you're not doing it carefully and gently, you can create ancillary breaks. So this successful and critically important first step in recovery was also the result of intentional maintenance, as each of these valves, which we had to operate, had been exercised within the last several months to year, as part of a deliberate program we've undertaken to ensure the health and functionality of our water valves. So while our valve crews are out there stabilizing our system, our engineers were at the Water Control Center making cool evaluations of the situation. They were coordinating with our water supplier, the Washington Aqueduct, and with our partner utility, DC Water. These engineers determined that we needed to issue a boil water advisory notice, and that's a decision which is not made lightly and has not been made in Arlington in a generation. So I can tell you, the engineers that made that decision had a lot of weight on their shoulders. Once the situation was stabilized, our construction managers and crews took the stage and mobilized resources to restore normalcy to our community. We were on the ground with people and machines earlier than 10 a.m. Throughout the day Friday, as crews excavated the damage, our engineers sought to identify the appropriate means and methods of repairing this pipe. The gasket that was necessary to fit a pipe of this size, the gasket is the seal that when we couple the pipes together, we could not find a gasket that fit this size of pipe and could operate at this pressure anywhere in the eastern half of the country. So those engineers that had already made several momentous decisions considered many alternatives, but ultimately decided that we needed to stabilize the pipe, temporarily restore the roadway to service, and return for permanent work while the gasket was manufactured and shipped from Texas. Final water main repairs were completed without complication overnight, the evening of Wednesday, November 13th to 14th. And we are developing plans for permanent roadway restoration with VDOT and the National Park Service. In the days after the break, our crews and contractors worked around the clock to restore the road to service, and we successfully did that and validated the continued safety of our water system less than 48 hours or slightly more than 48 hours after the main break. Throughout this period, we had an army of support, including our police department, the Department of Public Safety, Communication and Emergency Management, and our Public Health Division of DHS. Particularly, we had unfailing support from our DES technology team, who generated maps and tools to assist our customers in mere minutes of our requests. Our customer service team, who you'll meet some of them also, took over customer calls at 7 a.m. and provided relevant and timely information to our customers in a dynamic and rapidly evolving situation. And our DES communications team met and exceeded their extraordinarily high standards. Their deep understanding of our work environment and the employees that keep our community functioning means that they can seamlessly provide relevant and accurate information to the community without interfering or interrupting in the important work. It's a privilege to have that type of support from the entire organization. We have begun 2 after-action initiatives with an interdepartmental after-action analysis focused upon our collaboration and interagency as well as external communications. And we're going to do an internal document to analyze the technical conditions which led to the break, as well as the technical aspects of our system's response. We have already identified several immediate areas to celebrate, particularly our collaboration and coordination with internal agencies and validation of our initiatives to ensure the health and functionality of our valves, our valve exercise and maintenance program. Any delays to the stabilization effort that morning would have compounded the impacts felt by our community. The real story of this event, however, was the team of outstanding and dedicated professionals, which we are fortunate to call colleagues, and who are represented by a number of people today. And I'm going to ask all of our employees to come on up here, and I'll tell you a little bit about them. Come on up, guys. All of you. Come on, right up here. So, I'm going to tell a little bit about each one of them briefly. Renita is first up. Renita Johnson is, what, an 18-year employee at Water Sewer Streets? She manages the Water Control Center. She was awoken at her home just after 3 a.m. by automated alarms and immediately reported to the control center, and she set the immediate tone of the response, which is one of competence and capacity. Richard Talley, where is Richard? Is Richard not here? Tim's representing Richard then.
Tim and Jeff and Ron.
Tim, Jeff, and, well, Ron, I'm going to get to later. Tim and Jeff on our water distribution crew. These guys are part of the team that developed and implemented the water shutdown. Their ability to analyze the situation, develop and execute a plan in the face of such volatility and urgency is a testament to their skill and competence. The successful shutdown was the first and ultimately the most important milestone in recovery. Lewis Robinson. Lewis Robinson is our operations manager for our water system. Raise your hand, Lewis.
Hi, how you guys doing?
He was the point person for all water restoration from the time he arrived on site, probably 4:30 in the morning, through the reopening of Glebe Road, after final repairs were achieved 6 days later. He and his crews also, this is an important anecdote, he and his crews also successfully responded to 5 other water main breaks in this time period. An example of how those employees routinely address emergencies, most of which generate a lot less attention. Carla Alayan manages our construction management group in Water Sewer Streets, and she was instrumental in identifying and coordinating the contractors with the goal of restoring Glebe Road to traffic at the earliest possible time. Is Ryan here as well? Yep, Ryan Borghetti. He stayed overnight monitoring the work and ensuring that the road was open Sunday morning, so much so that when I got out there at 5:30 Sunday morning, I was alarmed to see no activity until I saw the beautiful work that they had finished. Noel Picard and Walter Reyes. Walter, there you are. Noel's right up front. Walter's right there. These guys are 2 of our customer service representatives that came on duty that Friday morning at 7 a.m., just as our community was becoming aware of the situation. These 2 took the mantle from Renita's group at the control center, and all customer service calls were transferred to them as of 7 a.m. Their efforts are made more extraordinary by the fact that they had just assumed ownership of those calls the day prior. This was essentially their second day on this job, and they shined. Noel's been here for about 3 months now. And Walter, though, is a more seasoned employee. Walter, you have what, 8 years? 7 years, close. Yes. It was remarkable, their performance. Micah Denton, back there, Joe Cogswell, and Ron Vaughn are part of our engineering group at Water Sewer Streets, and they handled all manner of critical tasks throughout this event. Specific things that they did, Joe Cogswell took the lead in scouring the eastern portion of the country, trying to find the gasket and couplings which would fit this diameter pipe under this pressures. And Ron and Micah, they developed and implemented the water sampling effort, which validated the safety of our system and allowed us to assure our customers that they could consume tap water without hesitation as of Sunday morning. Tim Ernest works in our GIS mapping center. We also wanted to highlight Jamie Gilland, but he had to stay home today. Jamie developed maps and conducted analyses of our schools and other affected critical facilities about 6:10 in the morning within 5 minutes. Tim developed the really amazing and popular mapping address tool, which allowed our customers to determine if they were affected by the boil water advisory. He developed that in less than 60 minutes. These tools and support helped us manage the situation, helped our customers understand it, and also helped Walter and Noel and their team to help talk our customers through it. Katie O'Brien over there running the computer, and I don't see Peter Golkin, but Peter Golkin and Katie O'Brien are 2 of our extraordinarily talented and devoted communication staff. When I was awoken just before 5 a.m., Peter and Katie were already working this event. They are so deeply integrated into our operations that they know what we do and how we do it, which makes them exceptionally qualified to best represent our work while serving the community. Hector Moreno. I think Hector's the last one I have to identify out there. Hector's one of our trades manager leaders for a street construction and maintenance crew. He was out there supporting Lewis and Carla stabilizing the road and helping to restore the ditches adjacent to the roadway so that we could get it open Sunday. And finally, all of this amazing work happened under the primary direction of our chief operating engineer for water, Amani Aissa. Amani has been Monty's been tutored by several long-term employees and exceptional county engineers. She has absorbed their knowledge and always striven to learn more, do more, and excel. She is a quintessential operational engineer, and she was extraordinary, both through the actions of her team represented here and back at Trade Center, and through her individual decisions and judgment and courage. She was the one that made the tough decisions and owned the responsibility for the welfare of our community. Thank you, guys. These outstanding employees.
Okay, I think we can stop the tape. Thank you. My favorite part is the woman at the end that introduces is running the whole show is probably might be shorter than me. Oh, you did bring the therapy dogs. I was wondering. I've been asking for them. All right. I'm going to talk just a little bit more, and then we'll see about the therapy dogs and cookies and all of those nice things that make us feel good. I thank you for being so patient and watching this video. It says so much. You see the incredible teamwork and dedication from our staff that is so diverse, and these are people that you don't usually see, and they don't usually get thanked. And they're the ones out there freezing cold in the wet in a November, making sure that we can drink the water. I mean, it's huge. This is what makes the county run, and it is an honor and a privilege to be part of this county organization for as long as I have. We provide, the county, local government, all right, provides, safe, clean water, streets you can drive on, schools for our children, buses to get around, parks to play in, and when disaster strikes, I cannot imagine a better place to be than here in Arlington with skilled and dedicated employees who work as a team across the organization to protect our residents. I've really loved being part of the leadership of this incredible organization. So thank you to my colleagues for this wonderful send-off. Thank you to the residents of Arlington, some of whom are here, providing the incredible opportunity I've had to serve. But mostly, I thank everyone who works for Arlington County. From that employee collecting the leaves and making sure every last one gets swept up to our manager, who manages this organization and sets the tone so that we can provide not perfect, but really, really good service to the people we all serve. It has been such a privilege to be working with everyone here. Looking ahead, storm clouds on the horizon, everybody. I do plan to stay quite involved as a private citizen. I've been saying this around the county lately, and I want everybody to think about it. Our local government is likely the only government we will have for a while. Federal government's not going to be helping us. Richmond's not looking too great. This is it. It's us. So, to everyone here, I want to say, please don't ever take good government for granted. There is so much that goes on, that happens, that we don't see. Ours is not perfect. Our government is not perfect, but we are so lucky to have it. It can always get better, and we're always trying to get better. But we all need to be supporting Arlington County and the government here, the elected officials, the employees, because again, for a while, this is all the government we've got. It's us. So, thank you all for coming. I look forward to continuing to work with everyone to support this wonderful community. I'm looking forward to a little more time with my family and a few fewer meetings, but it has really been such a pleasure. Thank you all for coming. I cannot thank you enough. I've had a wonderful life so far. I'm not sure what I'm doing next. Actually, I do have some ideas, which I'm happy to talk to anybody about on the side. But it has been just an incredible 28 years here with an incredible community. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for the kind words. We're not done. You haven't quite finished? But they all need their cookies.
Madam Chair, I didn't return the gavel yet.
Oh.
So we took a decision, quasi-legally, but I think we can bear with that.
Okay. Our counsel's here, I'm sure we're fine.
Yes, we will return you the gavel, but it comes accompanied with a video as well.
Oh, another video?
First of all.
A great video.
It's a great video.
It's short. Okay.
It's part of the ceremony of giving you back this gavel.
Okay. All right.
Which is the original gavel that was, used here in all, important decisions for the last, 10, 15 years. So everything. So, and this is the public moment of giving back the gavel in front of all of you. We decided that you will keep this gavel.
Okay. The one that says "Do not be removed."
We'll take the sticker. Do not be removed from the county board office.
It wasn't all that
legal. Yeah. So this is the original one.
Okay.
We'll package it, of course, and you will have to gavel out the meeting that you still have to
But
leave.
you're taking it away now?
But
no, you take it with you.
Oh,
I'm going to take it with
you will
me.
take it
Okay.
with you. So this is the announcement, but this comes with a video.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So, roll.
All right. Thank you. Everybody sit down. We're almost done. They say it's short. Thank you. That's beautiful.
Thank you for how compassionate and kind you are and how you approach every situation trying to understand the other person. The best thing about serving Arlingtonians was serving Arlingtonians next to you.
They're trying to make me cry.
236,500 hours. 236,000 hours you served here. 236,500 hours. How do you measure a career?
In meetings,
In motions,
in hearings, in lots of remarks,
in budgets, in permits.
In repaved roads.
236,500 hours.
How do you measure a career of service?
It has been a real pleasure working together over the course of the last 12 years and for putting Arlington on the map.
It has been a pleasure and an honor to work and serve with you. Thank you for all of your service over these many, many years. Best of wishes to you.
$236,500 hours. 236,000 hours you served here. 236,500 hours. How do you measure a career?
In bikes and buses,
Environment and planning.
in park biophilia,
in affordable housing.
Thank you, Libby, for your leadership and your time serving on the board. It's been great working with you.
I've so enjoyed working with you over the last 12 years. Your kindness and support of staff has always been noticed and much appreciated. We'll miss you.
On behalf of all of DMF, thank you so much for all of your support of staff throughout your years on the board.
Thank you for everything you've done for Parks and Recreation while you've been on the county board. You really have helped change the landscape of our park system all over the county, and without your support, I can't imagine what we couldn't have accomplished.
Libby, I just want to express my appreciation for your amazing appreciation of all that we do in the infrastructure of the Arlington County. So thanks for understanding the whole spectrum of Arlington.
Thank you for all of your support over the years of affordable housing and our most vulnerable residents. You've been an amazing champion for all the work that we do.
I wanted to thank you on behalf of myself and the thousands of county staff that you have worked with over the last 12 years. Thank you for those 12 years of service and your extra years of service on the school board and helping our community. You've always treated us with respect. You've always been a friend, and you've always looked out for what's best in the community. And you have been an awesome, awesome partner with us, making Arlington the great place it is.
Thank you, Libby.
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 Working alongside of you has been such a pleasure. Watching your energy and your compassion for this community has been so inspiring. Thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for Arlington, and you will be missed.
a career of love, a career of love.
Libby Garvey, who's with us this morning, and who has served this community with courage.
Who knew there was all that talent? You know, that song has been running in my head, and now I know why. Thank you all so very much, and that's just wonderful. Thank you. Really appreciate it. We actually have a meeting we still need to do. But there's food out there, so let's get charged up a little bit, and I'll get a chance to talk with some of you individually. Thank you all so much for coming. This was just great. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Good evening. We've got a little bit of a different kind of meeting tonight. Nice to see all the young people here. We're going to go to, we're going to start, the manager's going to give a report on the homeownership study, and then we will take the Tyndale School issue so we can get the young people maybe home in time for bedtime or not too late. All right, Mr. Manager, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. In March of 2019, the County Board launched the Housing Arlington effort, and one of those pieces of that effort on housing affordability is to talk a little bit about implementing the Affordable Housing Master Plan, and the home ownership study, which we've undertaken, is a big piece of that. Rather than my talking about it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to Caitlin Jones, who is with Community Planning, Housing and Development, and she has backup singers with her tonight. And she's going to go through a short slide presentation to summarize the recommendations from that study. So I'll turn it over to you, Caitlin.
We've got it.
Thank you. And I am having trouble getting my slideshow.
The slideshow is up for us, so somebody else might be doing it for you.
I just wanted to make it full screen. There we go. All right. Well, thank you so much for having us tonight. Again, I'm Caitlin Jones. I'm in the Housing Division. I'm joined by my colleagues, Richard Tucker, who's the Housing Arlington Coordinator, Akiria Brown, who is our Homeownership Programs Coordinator, and Elise Cleva, our Communications Specialist. And as Mark mentioned, we are going to give a quick report out of our homeownership study findings. We're going to give a synopsis of how we got here, including high-level overviews of each of the phases of the study, and then an overview of staff recommendations. So we launched the study in 2022 to respond to an affordable housing master plan implementation framework update from 2021 directive to create a holistic and overarching approach to homeownership program delivery, and to respond to just some community conversations that were happening around affordability of ownership housing and barriers to becoming a homeowner. So the goal of the study at the outset was to take a look at the market, review our programs, and then use this data and also engage the community to develop recommendations for how to move forward with our homeownership programs, including both recommendations for new programs, but also modifications to the county's existing programs, and just how they can operate better to address barriers and create better outcomes. So I thought it might be helpful just to provide a very high-level summary of the key findings from phase one of the study, which is where we kind of looked at market data and reviewed our programs, because it demonstrates, again, what's happening, as far as homeownership and how our programs are performing to meet some of the we've noticed. So first, I wanted to highlight that, we know that for sale housing costs are rising. There's generally limited availability of ownership housing, and that's really due to development trends favoring mid and high-rise rentals. Condos are generally the most affordable ownership typology, but supply is limited. Another data point that we thought was important to highlight and is a key area of concern is just the disadvantage that racial and ethnic minorities are facing in the homeownership market. This is a national trend, but it's also quite prevalent in Arlington. We found through our analysis that homeownership rates are lower for racial and ethnic minorities, and that these populations are comparatively charged higher interest rates on their mortgages and are denied mortgages at higher rates than their white counterparts. We also found that renters in the county, there are a considerable number of renters in the county that have incomes that could sustain homeownership, but many lack the equity for a down payment and are limited in their understanding of the home buying process. And finally, 2/3 of owner households earning below 80% of area median income are housing cost burden, which means that they're paying more than 30% of their income towards housing costs. And certain subpopulations like older adults and extremely low income households are disproportionately impacted. I also wanted to note that through our program analysis, I wanted to highlight that the county's current homeownership programs are small, but we generally found that Arlington's programs are not structured to respond to some of the barriers that we just discussed. Our programs don't currently prioritize racial equity. There are limited resources for existing homeowners. We're also limited in who we can serve because of the income limits of our funding sources, and our affordable dwelling unit supply is limited due to condo development trends. So moving into phase 2 and building off some of the key findings from and program analysis that we did in phase 1, we felt that it was important to engage the community on what the role of local government should be in providing homeownership support. So we hosted roundtables and focus groups inviting certain populations like prospective buyers, condo owners, and older adults to participate and share their lived experience with us. We also created an online engagement tool and held pop-up events throughout the county to engage residents on what the county's homeownership program priorities should be. And then using all this feedback, as well as some of the barriers and results of some of the analysis we did on our programs in the earlier phase, we engaged the broader community, as well as the Housing Commission's Homeownership Subcommittee at a community workshop to develop a community-informed vision statement and goals for the county's homeownership programs. So I wanted to just quickly share what the results of that sort of brainstorming was. And so the county's, with the community-informed vision statement for our homeownership programs is that Arlington's homeownership program serves as a catalyst to preserve and expand affordable homeownership opportunities. And then expanding on that vision, we developed 4 program goals to specify our intentions for how we will hope to achieve those long-term aspirations. And so these goals are to reduce racial homeownership gaps, support existing homeowners in maintaining housing in the community, increase the production of homeownership housing supply, and create pathways to homeownership for renters. So I am now going to provide a brief overview of the homeownership study recommendations. I did want to just quickly emphasize that these are just staff recommendations. The board's not acting on any of these changes today. The information is primarily meant to report out to the board how staff recommends moving forward with creating this more sort of holistic approach to homeownership program delivery. Implementation of these recommendations are recommended to occur incrementally. To the extent that there are future program changes that the board would need to review, we'll certainly come back at a later date with more detail and specific asks. I also want to note just generally that each of these recommendations are meant to address specific barriers and to respond to one of the 4 goals that we talked about on the previous slide. So you can see in the table on the screen, the second column includes the corresponding goal that each recommendation is meant to respond to. So in total, we're recommending modifications to 5 programs in the addition of 3 new programs. But in the interest of time, I am going to highlight just a few of them because we are on a tight time frame tonight. So the first area I wanted to highlight is the expansion of the MyPAP program. So the Moderate Income Purchase Assistance Program, which is our down payment assistance program. So in addition to revising program parameters, which would eliminate and reduce duplicative first trust lender requirements and overall improve the application process, we're recommending a split of the MyPAP program into 3 tiers. One of these tiers would operate similarly to how the program operates now, offering a deferred no interest loan to households earning below 80% of area median income. Another tier would direct funding to priority communities at or below 80% of AMI, which would enable the county to direct funding to groups that have been disproportionately disadvantaged in the homeownership market. And then the third tier would direct funding to households earning between 80 to 100% of area median income, enabling the county to serve households beyond our current income limitations. A second area that I wanted to highlight is the proposed expanded support for condos. Specifically the creation of an Arlington-specific condo education series, enabling the county to have full control over the design of the curriculum. We currently partner with the City of Alexandria to offer this program. And we feel this would create a more personalized approach that will respond to the immediate challenges facing condo communities. But we're also hoping to expand for our offerings even further to provide more one-on-one technical assistance to condo boards on governance challenges and issues that can't be properly addressed through the education program. Finally, we're also proposing to provide financial assistance to support condo owners that need to make home repairs, as well as condo owners who are impacted by special assessments that are issued by their condos. And so this would expand the county's availability of support for existing homeowners considerably. Another recommendation that I wanted to highlight is the recommendation to bring back our home improvement loan program, which was suspended in 2017. And this program would support existing homeowners with home repair. Financial assistance would be provided to homeowners earning below 80% of area median income, with the intent of assisting households with addressing critical capital repairs beyond what our current programming is able to offer. And then the last recommendation I wanted to highlight is the creation of a homeownership production fund to spur the creation of new affordable homeownership units. Funding would be awarded competitively through a notice of funding opportunity process, and staff is envisioning that this funding could be used for a variety of uses, including pre-development, acquisition, construction costs, or even buyer-side subsidy. We anticipate that Community Land Trust could be an eligible applicant for this funding, and that this source would be ideal for smaller scale or newer developers that lack access to capital. We anticipate building flexibility into the NOFO, as this is an untested concept for the county, and we're hoping to conduct the first round of funding as a pilot. So quickly, just as far as timing, for implementing these recommendations, staff is proposing to focus on a few of the recommendations in the next year, and so these action steps that are outlined here are designed to have little fiscal impact initially. So within the next year, we're proposing to prioritize revisions to the MyPAT program parameters, as well as the development of the targeted marketing and outreach strategy. We are also proposing to focus program development and design for the home improvement loan program, as we heard a lot of support for this program idea in particular throughout the course of the study. And then finally, staff is proposing to begin program development and design for the Homeownership Production Fund NOFO, with the goal of making the NOFO sometime available in the next, in fiscal year 2026. So just to reiterate, staff's proposal for how to prioritize these recommendations will have little fiscal impact initially, but as we move through program design, staff may look to discuss proposed program changes or implementation asks with the board in future months, with potential budget asks in future years. Okay, so just a couple more slides. So just zooming out and looking at kind of the continuum of county housing support, highlighted in yellow here and the blue sort of cross-hatched areas are proposed program additions and changes to existing programs and the corresponding household incomes that these programs will serve. As depicted, the majority of these programs will continue to serve households at or below 80% of area median income, but a few of the recommendations will allow the county to better meet the barriers and needs that were identified in the study and to serve households at expanded ranges who we aren't able to serve currently. So we did gather feedback from the community on these recommendations. We held 6 public meetings with county advisory groups, as well as a public hearing to gather feedback on both the recommendations and an application for HUD funding. We requested feedback through an online feedback form between November 13th through December 4th. And generally, we heard supportive comments about the recommendations, aside from, a few concerns raised by a minority of respondents in our online feedback form. As far as which programs to prioritize, we really didn't hear any consensus. It was kind of all over the board. However, we did hear strong support for expanded resources for existing homeowners and interest in reviewing the real estate tax relief program, particularly from the Commission on Aging and feedback form respondents. We did revise and shift focus in the scope of the Homeownership Production Fund as from what we had initially proposed, away from leveraging expanded housing options given the recent court ruling, but no other changes have been proposed as what we had initially proposed when the recommendations were released. But staff is considering additional ideas just based on some feedback that we received during this engagement. And so the first opportunity is to support heirs properties issues, which were not addressed in the recommendations, but staff is interested in exploring technical assistance in this area. We're also interested in looking at ways to improve program marketing for Arlington County government and Arlington Public School employees. And we're also continuing to monitor the implications of the National Association of Realtor court case and settlement. So with that, I am going to pause and open for questions.
Thank you. Let me see if colleagues have got any questions or comments. Mr. DiFranti.
Thank you to the four of you. I may email you, and I'll do a staff briefing. I want to be mindful of everyone we got in the audience. But that does not mean that all the work you've been doing, I don't super appreciate. If we want the American dream to be real, we have to do this work. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you for the update and for the deeper briefing that we've had previously. I'm excited to see some of these ideas, and I had just kind of two overall questions maybe for today, and then we can talk more later. But I know we're not committing to any fiscal impact here, but I'm curious kind of the range of dollar figures we might be talking about in the next 10 years, and how many homeowners might that equate to?
Yeah, so I mean, first I'll say that we did apply for HUD funding for some of these, the implementation of some of these programs, and the overall request was, I think, $7 million over 5 years. That's not to say that that would be our budget ask if we weren't awarded that funding. I think that, you know, the recommendations that were in our staff response propose, you know, are based off of the consultants' recommendations, which were, you know, to fund the homeownership production fund at around $1 million, the home improvement loan program at 1.5. You know, I think we're still trying to figure out what the best option is, but and also, you know, obviously with conversations with the board and county leadership to see what the impact would be for that. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that the Moderate Income Purchase Assistance Program is currently federally funded, so it's through the Community Development Block Grant program, but we can only serve up to 80% AMI households. So anything beyond that we want to do would have to be local funding or another source of funding.
Great. And then one other question is, in the study and in the feedback, has there been conversation about kind of what the private market should do, what we might incent nonprofits to do with us or for us versus government doing it directly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that came up in our community conversations, particularly around what the lending community should be doing. You know, we have a limited control over how we can kind of incentivize that, but I know that Acuria works with a lot of great sort of mission-focused lenders who are, you know, recommending our programs, you know, to their clients and kind of helping us get the word out. Acuria, I don't know if you have anything you wanted to add there.
Yeah, sure. I think also to add to what Caitlin is saying is that we are working with Virginia Housing, who is constantly looking for avenues and opportunities to support first-time home buyers, as well as our small nonprofit entities that will continue to provide education and support for technical support for potential buyers, prospective buyers. And so we want to be able to leverage the expertise of those entities, as well as the expertise of our lending partners that have access to funds based on their own lending institutions, as well as some federal funds through the Federal Home Loan Bank. So in a lot of ways, we are looking to cobble together as many resources as possible to support these households to be able to purchase and then to be able to remain in their homes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, thank you to staff who have taken some extra time to meet with me and hear with me. This is a particular passion of mine, and I won't restate my remarks on housing from our earlier housing item, but I think, you know, my colleagues on the board know me first and foremost as a researcher. And so when we first got this presentation, I spent a lot of time digging into every report I could find from Brookings and the Urban Institute and the National Council of State Legislatures and anyone to see what else our peers are doing. And I really do believe that this represents above and beyond what most localities provide. I don't know that it's going to be enough to bridge all of the homeownership gaps that I would like us to, and I think that it's a starting point, not an ending point, but I am really proud of the work that has gone into this and the care and investment in equity, and hopefully we will continue to iterate. I would go back to my earlier statements about if there are no opportunities being built, we're just going to shuffle around the people who have home ownership in terms of who specifically has home ownership, and we're not actually going to broaden the number of home ownership opportunities. And so that's why the Home Ownership Production Fund is really an important part of this. But looking down the line at what we can do to bring more condo production, we know we've seen a massive swing into apartment production without any real ownership opportunities being built in our tall, high buildings, and there are reasons for that. But I think it's something I'm interested in pursuing, is having the conversation of how can we bring ownership opportunities to the types of housing that are being built, because we are building housing. They're just a lot of rentals, and nothing against renting, because not everyone is going to be a homeowner, and that's okay. But we should have options for the people who can't afford it. And like the phase 1 of the study showed, plenty of people in Arlington who are renters could sustain home ownership if they had the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for all the work. Truly, I speak here as somebody who has been a beneficiary of successful homeownership support policy. I own my condo and I actually pay less in mortgage than my colleague here pays for her rent.
True facts.
Because of that. And this is not just the difference in the timing, it's the factual difference that I had the support. I could reduce my lending rate at my income level back then, which would be completely compatible with this year. I was not pressured against having to choose whether I pay for housing or I pay for food. That is a true statement. So this is why, while I completely align myself with Ms. Coffey's assessment that this really represents the upper crust of governmental delivery in the nation, especially in the East Coast. I do think that we need to think a little bit more aggressively about what worked in Arlington specifically in the last 40, 45 years, like, for example, condos, et cetera. Since the 80s, we have, for economic reasons, we have been drifting towards rental production, and we never intercepted that. This isn't first attempt to do that, but we need to really focus on what else will take to do that. The investment in that has a return. This is not, nobody should think that this is a kind of a subsidy that doesn't pay back. It actually does. It pays back. It creates assets that pay taxes that are far better. They're better spread, and they're more. So therefore, it is a winning proposition. So I'm extremely interested in hierarchizing our action here. What comes first? What comes second? There's good thinking here. I like Mr. DeFerranti. I'm really interested in picking up this thread in the next year or so to continue that and start where I personally have the impression that we can see the biggest buck for the buck, which is stabilizing our condos right now and creating opportunities to build condos instead of just rental. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a topic, I'm not going to be here, but we're going to be talking about it a lot, I'm sure. So thank you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. All right. I think we're just about to take up Tyndale School, but I would like to ask the manager to just give a very quick, brief update on the critical incident response team investigation that we have going on. Yeah, Mr. Schwartz, that's all right. And then I thought we'd go to item 8. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be brief. So Arlington County Police Department requested the Regional Critical Incident Response Team to come in and do a criminal investigation of last week's officer-involved shooting at the Roslyn Metro. And when those findings are complete, they will be forwarded to the Commonwealth's attorney for an independent review. And so the police are also going to conduct a concurrent administrative investigation, and that is going to be done along with our independent policing auditor. And that process will run separately and eventually make its way to the Community Oversight Board that will then be able to look at the complete investigation. So we've been asked, our policy right now is we need to, the officers' names and the related video, they may be released after the review, but that is something that we are going to defer to the Commonwealth's attorney once the investigation is completed. I could go on for 20 minutes about what the critical incident response team is and how it's made up. We have all the information on our website, but I know we had received some requests from the community for an update, so I'm going to keep it brief, and that is my summary for right now.
Thank you very much. One quick question. Do you have a sense of how much time before we get anything new? Because obviously a lot of these investigations take a long time.
Yeah, and I would just use as a ballpark figure 30 days. Okay. And I think that, given that there is a lot of information available, there was a lot of video footage taken, and it's not a sprawling scene, that kind of thing, that it should be closer to that. But I will update the board as we get more information and the community.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for letting us know. Mr. Kushner, would you like to call item number 8 now?
Excuse me. Yes, of course. Item number 8 is the use permit review for a private school, which is Tyndale Christian School, for up to 40 students located at 712 and 716 North Barton Street.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Manager, over to you for any comments or presentation.
I'm going to ask Cedric Sutherland to go through. We have about 5 or 6 very quick slides summarizing the issues. So over to you, Cedric.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. County Manager. My name is Cedric Sutherland with CPHD Current Planning. With me, I have Mr. Aaron Schreiber, Current Planning Manager, CPHD. Excuse me as I pull up.
Yeah, everybody seems to be having a little trouble pulling up their presentations, but they get there. And somebody maybe online needs to mute themselves, Mr. Kushner? I'm not quite sure.
All right. Again, good evening. This is a use permit request for a private school serving elementary and middle school age children for up to 40 students located at 712 and 716 North Barton Street. The property is located in the R5 zoning district with the general land use plan designation of low residential. The school operates from 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. It has 4 on-site parking spaces. As a reminder, the applicant originally requested the school for up to 135 students. During the review of this use permit application, staff discovered that the recent restriping of the parking lot caused the property to lose their legally non-conforming status, which was exacerbated by the property owner's previous sale of a single detached dwelling lot that included parking that accommodated the previous church use. Due to the non-conforming parking spaces, the applicant had to provide parking on site that complies with the dimensional standards of the Arlington County zoning ordinance. Through this process, it was determined that they could only provide 4 conforming parking spaces. Due to the limited amount of parking that could be provided on site, staff recommended approval of the subject use, but in a lesser capacity for 80 students. At its June meeting, the county board approved the use permit for 40 students with a 6-month county board review, which will allow staff and the community to address any concerns after the first 3 months of operation of the school. During this review, staff did not identify any issues with the operation of the school. In terms of public engagement, Lion Park Citizens Association supports the renewal of the use permit, but they do acknowledge several of the neighbors surrounding the site do not support the continued operation of the school. Those neighbors have expressed concerns about parking, the use of the dwelling on site, and continued church services. Zoning is currently investigating those claims. Therefore, staff is recommending to renew the use permit subject to the previously approved conditions with the 1 month county board review. Staff would like to note that the 1 month review will be concurrent with the applicant's use permit amendment request to increase the capacity for the number of 80 students. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. And I think we have the applicant here. Good evening. Sorry to have you all being a little bit late. Do you have a presentation?
Thank you. Let's see if we get, okay.
Yep,
Thank
the
you
light's
very
on.
much,
It's your,
Madam
you're on.
Chair. I do have a short presentation. Hopefully my screen will also work. There we go. All right, and I don't know if I'm sharing, Mr. Clerk, but thank you very much. Season's greetings to everyone. My name is Andrew Painter. I'm a zoning attorney at the law firm of Walsh Colucci. It is good to see you here this evening. I am speaking on behalf of Tyndale Christian School, the use permittee. Sitting here with me is Kimberly Johns, who is the head of school for Tyndale Christian Academy, to my left. To my right is Stephanie Vogelzang, who is a parent and a board member. And then Laura Riley is with Walsh Colucci as well. As Mr. Sutherland mentioned, we are in support of the staff recommendation to extend the current use permit. We do appreciate his stewardship of the case. And I do appreciate also the speakers that have come out this evening, especially on a school night in December. This is a 1 month extension. We will be before the board, anticipated in January, to discuss an increase in enrollment. The school received the use permit back in June. It opened up its doors in August, and just some of the images from the school year so far. The school year has started well, and for a small nonprofit school, that is absolutely critical to get off on a good foot. They've had 3 great months. The students have enjoyed getting used to the space, forming relationships and friendships, and really just getting down to the business of being children and learning. They also enjoy the neighborhood, its sense of community, its walkability, and its proximity to Rocky Run Park, which they visit every single day, or excuse me, every single week. It's about a 10-minute walk. And Tyndale's parents themselves are happy to have this school so close to where they live and to where they work. It has operated in full compliance with all the conditions of approval. There have been no reported violations against the property. From a zoning perspective. And as Mr. Sutherland noted, there have been concerns that have been raised by a couple of neighbors, and without taking away from anything that has been said on that, we obviously disagree with those assertions, and I do understand that staff is looking into those, and so we would defer to their professional judgment on that. And if there are questions, in the interest of time, I'd be happy to speak to each of them, following speakers' comments. I'd also say, too, that in terms of overall neighborliness, the school's goal has been to, 1, be a good neighbor, 2, be a responsible institutional citizen, and 3, develop as a genuine asset to the Lion Park community. This has been on the front of mind for every day and every minute they've been at it, because they do realize that they are quite literally under a microscope. And it's for this reason that the school has doubled or redoubled its outreach efforts to its immediate neighbors and to the Lion Park Civic Association. It has sought to be transparent, attentive to neighborhood concerns. It has proactively sought and responded to community feedback. And actually, as soon as we received community or county board approval back in June, the school dispatched a letter to the Civic Association saying, sorry that, things didn't go exactly according to plan, but we are your neighbors now. We're happy to be here. And we'd love to set up a good working relationship and an ad hoc committee to address issues just with the school. That committee has not yet been formed, but this school has had more than 20 documented touch points with neighbors and the Civic Association since September. It is very difficult to read, but suffice to say, this includes attending meetings, monitoring emails, literature drops, door-to-door visits, attending all of the Civic Association meetings, and hosting a community meeting, I think on September 26th, in which neighbors were invited. And I think you had about 8 neighbors that showed up. So the school's doors are always open. Anyone is welcome to come by, even unannounced. But they do, I take them at their word. They want to be good stewards here, and they want to hear from neighbors and board members. So I'm going to pause right now, turn it over to Stephanie to share just a couple words from the board's perspective. And I don't know if make sure the mic's on.
Thank you, and thank you for having us with some of our children. It's a school night, so we took them along. But I think they represent the best of Tyndale, wanting to be involved in the process and be here. And you can see they're very polite and loving and really do love being at this school. So as board chair, I wrote down my thoughts just so I could get them out well. I want to thank the board for supporting Tyndale. I want to thank you, Cedric, for coming out and taking the time during carpool to come and see how smoothly it ran. We are really blessed with the space. We love it. The children are thriving there. Has a beautiful atmosphere. We encourage you to come. It's warm, it's inviting, it's kind. And we kindly ask that you would continue to support us so that our incredible students and wonderful families, many of whom are Arlington residents, may enjoy this school for years to come. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you. We really are trying to be very good neighbors, and we enjoy being part of the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so, Madam Chairman, I think I'm going to pause here in the interest of time, but again, happy to walk through any of the issues that have been raised by some of the neighbors. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. And I don't believe we have any commissions here. And Mr. Kushner, do we have any speakers on this issue tonight?
We do. Just a moment.
Okay, if you'd call them.
Our first public speaker is Kylie Hoover, followed by Jessica Swanson.
Good evening. You need to push the button on the mic. It'll turn. No, right on the mic, at the base of the mic you've got there. I think there's a little button to push. Mr.
It's
Kushner, can you
possible the battery's
help
died.
with
Let me get
that?
you a
Maybe
fresh one.
take that one. It's got the red light already on.
There we go. Good now?
I think so. Speak up a little bit, but I think we're good.
Yes, good evening. I'm Kylie Hoover, and I live in Woodland Acres. My son Jack attends kindergarten at Tyndale Christian. I'm here tonight to ask you all to renew Tyndale's use permit. When we were looking at schools that would be a good fit for Jack, most of the schools we considered would have been a 30-minute or more drive from our home. As Arlington residents, we're so grateful that Jack can attend school close to home in Arlington and further grow his sense of community in this county. I do drop off nearly every morning on my way to work in DC, and as a working parent, it's just been such a blessing to have that extra time with him, given that it's on the way to my work. I know parking and traffic has been a concern for our neighbors. The school has been clear about expectations for drop-off and pickup, and I'm happy to report that when I do drop off, I am usually the only car in line, no line, the only car dropping off, or one of two cars that's dropping off at the same time. I've never had to idle or wait or park on North Barton Street during drop-off time. In addition, when we visit the school during off times for parent-teacher conferences or special events, we only ever park on Pershing Street or in the parking lot that the school has rented across Pershing Street and walk over to the school. I know the school has invited you guys to visit and has done so again tonight. I encourage you to do that because seeing that space firsthand really underscores how smoothly drop-off and pickup go. So I encourage you to do that if you could make it work. Finally, I just wanted to express my gratitude to you all, but more so for Tyndale School. The small class size and hands-on approach to learning has been exactly what my son Jack needed to truly blossom into a joyful and eager learner. He happily puts on his uniform every morning, sometimes before 5 a.m., and comes home with a smile every day. We are so proud of him, and we're so grateful for Tyndale School. So as an Arlington resident and as a parent of a student at Tyndale, I'm asking for your support for the school so that it can continue to grow and thrive and that we can add more families to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica Swanson, followed by Laura Morgan.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jessica Swanson. I'm a parent of 2 students at Tyndale School. Thank you so much for authorizing the use. We are very grateful to have the space. As you know, it is very hard to find space for a new school in this area. I'm going to share 3 reasons why we're asking for your approval tonight. First, the school is well run. You've heard this already a couple of times, but my children are really learning a lot. And I think the reason for it, if you could go and see the school, you'd be shocked it's in its first year. And I give a lot of credit to the seasoned head of school, Ms. Johns, and the teachers for creating this safe and welcoming atmosphere that they have created. Our students are learning. More families want to join this learning community. Second, we have demonstrated extensive neighborhood outreach. So along with neighborhood liaison David Andrew Konis, I've personally knocked on over 20 neighbors' doors in the immediate block. And what we've sought to do is to open dialogue with these neighbors, to hear from them about questions about operations, work with them. And then we had the community meeting in September. And we also have been attending the Lion Park Civic Association to talk with residents there. In total, as Andrew mentioned, we've recorded more than 20 types of interactions. So I think there's a lot of evidence that we are trying very hard to be a good neighbor, even if we have not yet won over every single neighbor on the block. Third, the operations are really smooth. Kylie just talked a little bit about her experience. I have a similar one. I do pickup every day. And again, we have a well-honed system. Parents know you come on in through that, swing your kid right out quickly and move on out. And I appreciate that Cedric came and observed that. He was there from 2:45 to 3:30. So before, during, after pickup. Again, saw that it was very smooth. No one is idling on Barton Street. It moves very quickly. We welcome you to come and visit anytime that would fit your schedule to observe Carline and other operations. County board members, the bottom line is that the school is off to a great start, put much effort into being a good neighbor. Thank you so much for approving the renewal tonight.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura Morgan, followed by Morna Camo.
Hello, I'm Laura Morgan. I'm a fourth-generation Arlingtonian product of Arlington Public Schools, parent of 3 and an educator. I've taught 1st through 6th grade around the world, including in Arlington Public Schools, and I'm here to briefly speak in favor of Tyndale's use permit. We love being on North Barton. It's been such a blessing to have our school building here in Arlington, my community, and my children, even my younger 2, who are 2.5 and 15 months, love the school. They feel at home there and they feel loved in our school building and community. Tyndale has also been a wonderful place for my kindergarten son. I volunteer often in the library just across the hall from his class, and I see a happy, loving classroom where my son feels safe and is learning a lot. When I walk around the school, I see students who are active, engaged, and joyful at school. My son wanted me to tell you that he loves the blacktop, especially playing gaga ball, basketball, volleyball, football, everything with a ball.
Any kind of ball.
And that he's making good friends. Tyndale also, all along the way, has made parking and driving instructions very clear to me as a parent and easy for me to communicate when my son's grandparents have come to school. I've been able also to join a carpool with people from our neighborhood just in an effort to lessen the load of cars coming through the school, keep traffic to a minimum, and I just really have felt all along that it's integral to the fabric of the school to be a good neighbor. I'm so grateful for Tyndale, the option that it's given our family close to where we live in Arlington, which I love. I think that Tyndale is well run and a place of joyful learning. I look forward to sending my 2 younger children there when the time comes, and I'd be very grateful to you all for approving the use of Tyndale's school building ongoing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Morna Camo, followed by Ann Tomlinson.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Morna Camo, and I represent 5 generations of native Arlingtonians, 1 deceased. I'm the 3rd. My daughter and son and their families are the 4th, and my grandchildren are the 5th. In all those generations, we've had lots of civic involvement in Arlington County, including 1 member who was on the school board for 2 terms. I'm very thankful that Arlington is offering education choices in our community. My own 3 children attended 2 different church-based preschool and pre-K programs in Arlington, and I know that those schools are still operating today, and there are many more, many with higher occupancy rates than Tyndale is even asking for. I visited Tyndale on several occasions to volunteer and to attend an open house, which, as many people have done, I encourage you to do as well. It was a most impressive experience for me. And also, as has already been mentioned, I received very clear directions about where to park. And every time when I do go, I park in the shopping center across the street on Pershing Street. I know that Tyndale really has prioritized being excellent neighbors, and they're really trying to be gracious. And I see that also as a wonderful example for our kids. My own grandson is the youngest child in the school in kindergarten, and he is thriving there. I'm hopeful that you'll be able to pass the use permit for Tyndale School. I'm grateful for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Como.
Our next speaker is Ann Tomlinson, followed by Alyssa DeCuna.
Good evening. Thank you for your time, and I want to thank you all so much for the work that you do to make Arlington such an amazing place to live. My name is Ann Tomlinson. I'm an Arlington County resident and parent of 2 Tyndale students and 1 future student, I hope. We're here to share with you what a blessing the school has been to my children. In addition to rigorous academics, Tyndale is a place filled with love, joy, and kindness. I've witnessed students, parents, and faculty picking up trash around the neighborhood, planting gardens, making repairs and improvements to the old parsonage house, and joining in prayer for our neighbors and community. We have followed all of the rules and guidelines set out for us. Living in an urban environment comes with both conveniences and challenges. Cars, buses, pedestrians, density, traffic, noise, and yes, even children are a fact of life here in Arlington. These little children are the future of our society and of our community. And Tyndale is the ideal place for my children on their journey towards being thoughtful, productive, and loving members of this community. I hope the board and our neighbors will allow them the opportunity to continue their education at Tyndale.
Thank you, Ms. Tomlinson.
Our next speaker is Alyssa DeCuna, followed by William Barrett.
I brought two guest speakers with me this. Hope it's okay if they join me. I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Alyssa DeCuna. I'm a parent and board member at Tyndale. I've got 2 daughters there. We're so grateful for the opportunity to be here tonight, grateful for the opportunity to have this dialogue, and we know that this is just one of many ongoing conversations, and so we appreciate that very much. So let me turn the floor over to some of our students. Eleanor, Eleanor's in 4th grade. What do you like about Tyndale?
Well, my favorite parts about Tyndale are art class and math class. My favorite thing about math class is when we are on a really hard problem and then our whole class bonds because we just start kind of like working together and like we're working really hard but having fun at the same time. Then I like art class because my art teacher comes up with really fun projects like paper mache animals and Van Gogh.
Thank you. Cool. Naomi's in 2nd grade. Naomi, what do you like about Tyndale?
I like that, it shapes our character, and so when any of the teachers say yes, ma'am, the students reply, and when any of the teachers say attention, the students reply in yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. And Tyndale's been a wonderful fit for our children. Eleanor, how far did we drive last year to school?
30 minutes.
We were looking for a classical Christian experience for our children, and we were so grateful to be able to find that close to home. We live in Rock Springs, so it's about 11 minutes from our house, about 6 minutes from my job. Eleanor, is there anything else you'd like to say about Tyndale?
I enjoy, my aunt sometimes picks me up, and I like to ride the bus or bike home.
Yeah, we're very grateful that it's so easy to catch public transportation. That's one of the things we've done to facilitate the parking. Eleanor has both ridden her bike and taken the bus to get home.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
Next speaker is, excuse me, our next speaker is William Barrett, followed by Eric Wolf.
Good evening. My name is William Barrett. I live in Bluemont, and I'm not a parent, but I'm interested in learning more about Tyndale School, and I hope, and I'm not just here by chance, I'm friends with a lot of the people who are involved with the school, and I've known some of them since I was a child growing up in this area and attending school in Arlington. And so I can vouch for their character and their competence in running a school, in complying with the requirements that you place on them. And I hope you'll continue to approve their requests both this month and next. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
Our next speaker is Eric Wolf, followed by Jenny Conroy.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Eric Wolf. I'm an Arlington resident. I have 2 of my daughters are at Tyndale, and they would be here, but Susan decreed their bedtime on the Zoom call last time, so they're home for that. But no, I just want you guys to, seriously consider this, what we're trying to do here. It's a great school. We really enjoy it. I'll keep it simple. I mean, we really are trying to do the parking. I carpool. I volunteer at the school, getting the kids to the park and watching them enjoy it and grow. So I'll keep it brief.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ginny Conroy, followed by our 3-minute speakers with David Androkonis.
Hi, good evening, board members. Merry Christmas and happy holidays. My name is Ginny, and I'm a lifelong Arlingtonian, proud to have called this community home for 40 years in February. I want to start by sincerely thanking you for authorizing the use of this space. Finding a location for a school like Tyndale is no small task, and having the school and community has been an incredible blessing for our family. My daughter is thriving, safe, engaged, and learning so much. I'm emotional today because last year was a really tough year for our family, and what my daughter had to deal with last year was too much. I thought this year we were going to have to homeschool. So to find a blessing is like the least I can say about Tyndale. If you're a parent, I can confidently say you would appreciate Tyndale's seamless pickup and drop-off process. Thanks to the dedication of the staff behind me, it's truly the smoothest I've ever experienced. We are so grateful for this opportunity you've already provided. I respectfully ask you to approve this use on an ongoing basis so more children and families can benefit from the exceptional educational environment and sense of community that Tyndale fosters.
Hi, my name is Grace, and I'm 8 years old. I love going to Tyndale Christian School because our teachers care about us and help us learn new things every day. Please let Tyndale have what it needs so my friends and I can keep learning in a place that helps us all do our best. I promise we will be good neighbors. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you. And happy holidays. Merry Christmas to you too. Thank you.
Our next speakers, and David Androkonis, followed by John Musso.
Good evening, everyone. I didn't know there were that many lifelong Arlington residents here, but I'm another one. I have 3 granddaughters who attend Tyndale, and they're having the time of their lives. I'd like to briefly tell you why. A primary responsibility of any school is to provide for the emotional and physical safety of all its students. My grandkids look forward to going to Tyndale every day because they feel known and loved by their teachers. The head of school, Mrs. Johns, knows each student individually and has established a sense of order and community that resonates throughout the school. My granddaughter's days are full of learning, friendships, and healthy play. I have been astounded at the art projects they have created, the music they are learning, and their academic growth. Tyndale is nourishing the body, mind, and soul of each one of its students, and I'm so grateful for it. Because I live close by and I am retired, I get to spend a lot of time at Tyndale. I'm frequently there at recess and help supervise play outside. Although the space is somewhat limited, the kids have invented lots of different games and activities and are always having a great time. Occasionally they go to the park nearby. Wherever they are always well supervised. As a grandparent, I occasionally serve as a chauffeur, and that means dropping the kids off and picking them up at school. This operation always runs smoothly. I've never waited in any kind of line to enter or exit the school. There are staff at the entrance and the exit of the horseshoe-shaped parking lot to make sure the process runs safely and efficiently. It typically takes about a minute or 2. I encourage you to come by and see it sometime, though it doesn't take long. Finally, the school is working very hard to be good neighbors and an asset to the community. I was really heartened recently to see a neighbor show up at an open house where we invite prospective parents and new students. Though he was not a parent of a prospective student, he was interested to see what the building looked like inside. He had never been inside it during the many years he's lived on Barton Street. We were happy to welcome him and give him a tour. We have encouraged all our neighbors to visit and see how we do school at Tyndale. As you can tell, I'm very proud of it, and I strongly recommend you approve the use permit. In short, Tyndale has transformed an empty church into a thriving, well-kept school serving the local community. I think Arlington is lucky to have it, and I hope you agree. I appreciate your time and letting me tell you about it this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Androkonis.
Next speaker is John Musso, followed by Bob Ekstrom.
Good evening, Madam Chair, member of the County Board, John Musso, Arlington County Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Managers. Just wanted to say a few brief words on behalf of the Chamber. We encourage you all to please support the renewal of this use permit for Tyndale Christian School. Tyndale Christian School chose to plant its roots in Arlington, and the Chamber wants to ensure that Tyndale, like all other businesses and nonprofits that choose to locate in Arlington, have the regulatory framework to sustainably operate, grow, and ultimately thrive right here in Arlington. And the renewal of the use permit for you tonight is essential for Tyndale to operate in Arlington and ultimately grow. Additionally, we do ask you all to consider in January the full renewal of the use permit, and we also additionally urge you to please consider expanding the number of students allowed under this use permit to allow Tyndale to, again, have the framework to ultimately grow and become a thriving contribution to the Arlington educational landscape. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Musa.
Our next speaker is Bob Ekstrom, followed by Siobhan DuPuy.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the board. My name is Bob Ekstrom. I'm manager of operations and PE coach at Tyndale Christian School. And most importantly, I'm a parent. My son is in second grade, Chase, and since he's been at Tyndale, his life has been transformed. He is such a good kid. His grades are up. He's so respectful to his classmates, his teachers, and even at home. I've just seen a big transformation in his life. This is an amazing school. I must tell you that. Secondly, I just wanted to talk about safety issues. Every morning and afternoon, I manage the traffic for drop-off and pickup, and it runs very smoothly. I've met a lot of the neighbors just walking their dogs. They're very friendly people, very nice people. All the bus drivers, I know all the city bus drivers, you know, they give me the little honk every day and the thumbs up. It's just been an amazing experience. And of course, I supervise recess and of course PE. Hardly any issues happen, you know, and I make sure safety is number one because, you know, every once in a while a ball will, you know, go over the fence. I tell the kids to freeze. I go get the ball. I never let them go on Barton Street. So it's a very, very safe, not only drop off and pick up, but also at recess and walking down to the park, you know, once a week. We keep them on the sidewalks. They're very respectful. And I just can't say enough about this school. It's just been amazing. It's been an amazing experience for me and for my entire family. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ekstrom.
Our next speaker is Siobhan DuPuy, followed by Jeff Olind.
Hi there, nice to see you all. My name, oh good, you corrected it, I appreciate that. I live on 3rd Street North, 1 minute from Tyndale. I am thankful to have a school like Tyndale here in Arlington, and especially right here so close to my own part and our own part of Lyon Park. There are many Arlington parents who want to join the school community. For example, take my own family. We would welcome the opportunity to consider Tyndale, but it is full, while it has the capacity to double its student body as originally petitioned in June. Tyndale has consistently engaged in outreach to the neighbors and worked hard to be a good neighborhood partner. I do not have issues with Tyndale traffic. I've driven through this area during peak school drop-off and pickup times without issue. While we live in a busy neighborhood, it's Clarendon after all, with lots of traffic unrelated to the school's transportation plan, coupled with the small number of students, even if doubled, means that we as neighbors do not see traffic backups or even congestion on account of the school. In fact, I'm not concerned and sincerely hope that Tyndale will add more families for the benefit of the community and keeping in mind how little impact to our traffic that it has had. Next, I want to highlight that there is no Tyndale noise problem. I've not detected any greater noise in the community with the addition of Tyndale. We have a park nearby on Barton Street, as well as a gymnastics center on Pershing. Children live in this community, and they do laugh and play, and thank goodness for that. We need to have a future generation of Arlington taxpayers. Next, children are well supervised. Every time I've passed the school, there are adults supervising both the traffic and the children. I am so impressed with this and the school's commitment in this regard. It's pretty amazing, but not surprising, that the school has kept their word to be a good community member, delivering exactly as agreed and even going above and beyond to solicit and respond to feedback. Communities include homes, as well as gyms, restaurants, churches, and schools, among other services and businesses. I'm grateful for this church and school. I leave you with this thought. If the Days Inn can be redeveloped into a 10-story building, how can it be that this dual-use church and school cannot exist seamlessly alongside? In conclusion, I support this school fully as a neighbor, and I would be very thankful to the board for approving this ongoing use as well as expanding it in January. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Jeff Lynn is participating virtually.
Okay. That's fine. We can do that, I think.
Our next speaker is Mr. Jeff Olind, followed by Michael Horn. Mr. Olind, I believe you are muted.
I am off mute. Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
We can
Just
see
barely
you,
hear you.
but barely hear.
There, we can see you now. Let's try again.
Okay. Try again. Are you able to hear me? I'll speak loudly, and I'll be very quick. So my name is Jeff Olind. I'm a neighbor, probably about a block and a half away from the school. We do not have kids at this school, but do have kids in another Christian school that's a 25-minute drive away. We think that this is a net asset to the community. We have not had any problems with this school personally. Behind this window is the parking lot on Pershing that the school uses. Until this meeting, I didn't even realize the school is utilizing this parking lot. We have not noticed any issues. And I just want to say that, communities have schools, communities have churches. They're neighbors next to Long Branch Elementary. They're neighbors next to all the churches throughout our community, and they're a net asset. So I just want to express my support for a continuation of the school, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next and final speaker is Michael Horn.
I think you're muted. I'm not hearing you. No. I can lip read, but I can't. Yeah, I see the mute. Can you try increasing volume, Mr. Kushner? Anything we can do? Maybe phone call.
Volume is
in?
maximized. Yes, we could provide a phone number to dial in.
Does he have the number to dial in?
Mr. Horn, if you can hear us in the confirmation email you received, there should be a phone number you can dial in with as well. Looks like he's doing so.
So you could talk on the phone, I think, and even keep your screen on if you'd like.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Great.
So I'm Michael Horn, 713 North Barton Street, across the street from Tyndale School. I'm going to be the Grinch tonight and ask the board to deny this permit renewal. First, the staff report states notification placards were placed around the property 7 days prior to the public hearing. This is incorrect. They went up less than 48 hours before the regular meeting, and only after I pointed out to staff that the placards had not been posted. I would think the county would be more careful about following legal requirements. Second, the staff report notes that the Citizens Association supports the renewal. However, LPCA took this vote after just 24 hours notice to the neighborhood, and many neighbors, including myself, were unable to attend the vote. In a subsequent meeting, with more time for neighbors to manage their schedules, LPCA voted to oppose the permit request that the board will hear in January. Third, applicant's initial submission said the outbuilding on the property would be used for administrative space. In fact, it is being used as a residence for a teacher and spouse. Staff informs me that this is permissible under the zoning ordinance, even though that was not in the use permit application. Applicant felt free to ignore their initial commitment once they had a use permit. Fourth, the staff report on the initial use permit clearly designates one parking spot as an ADA or handicap space. None has been marked for that use. The current staff report says, quote, during the permitting process, Inspection Services Division determined that a handicap space was not required. Again, the applicant did not feel bound by their previous commitment, but was happy to exploit legal loopholes to do what they want. Fifth, the property owner continues to use the building as a church on Sundays, even though staff has told me that the permissible use has been changed to that of a school. Again, there appears to be a loophole that the owner is slipping through in order to do something different than stated in the use permit. Sixth, the teacher and her spouse park on Barton Street in the unrestricted parking area. This is obviously legal, but directly contradicts the applicant's commitment to the neighbors to minimize the school's parking footprint, especially when the parking places on the school grounds mostly go unused. Finally, one of the biggest complaints by neighbors, which is the noise of children during recess and outdoor phys ed, which affects their ability to work from home, has either gone unmentioned or minimized. In summary, the applicant and property owner will say whatever they need to say to get the permit approved, but they will then do whatever the county lets them get away with, regardless of what they have told the neighbors or the board. So when the board initially voted to approve the permit, or now considers renewal, the board doesn't really know what will happen with the property. Tyndale may be a great school, but Barton Street is not a good location for it. Therefore, I believe the board should not renew the permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. I'm glad we could work out the sound issues. Is that our final speaker?
No further speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. I think, Ms. Coffey, are you ready to make a motion? Then we'll have discussion. That's all right.
I can, yes. Just give me.
Okay, I can actually pass this right down to you.
You already have it.
Would
Great.
that help?
I move that the county board renew the use permit for a private elementary school, elementary and middle, for up to 40 students, subject to the previously approved conditions of the use permit and with a county board review in 1 month, so January 2025.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been moved and seconded. Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion? And I know we may have an amendment coming.
I'll try and keep it quick. I appreciate everyone being here today. This is a motion that would have us come back and kind of do this again in 1 month, which I know is probably not the most convenient for anyone, including our own staff, but also all of the folks who want to participate in public comment. But I do think that it is best for us to take this all up together in terms of the use permit renewal, as well as considering an expansion. And just since the timing of the expansion request didn't align with this meeting, that's what I am inclined to do, is move it to January, and we will have more information from our staff. We will have more public hearing, and we will discuss what the best course of action is then.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Karantonis, go next.
Oh, I don't know, Madam Chair. I had a couple of questions.
No, I'm going for questions.
Because I saw
should be questions.
Mr. DeFerranti, that's why.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Let's go with Mr. Karantonis, and we'll go to just Mr. DeFerranti.
Okay.
I know I'm in the middle. I saw it's all right. I think Mr. DeFerranti will be okay with that.
Fine. Thank you. At this point, I'm supportive of the motion because I think that's, the issues that we need to discuss will be discussed when, the full application will have to discuss. I have a technical question first. what happens if we, this is for Ms. Kaur, our county attorney. So I understand that the permit that currently is held by the school for operation expires at the end of this month. And therefore, if we defer or otherwise, that they wouldn't have a permit to operate. They would lapse on their permit, right?
I would have to have planning staff verify what the expiration date for the permit is, but if it does expire and you defer it without taking an action to renew, that would impact their operational status, yes.
I would concur with the county attorney. If you take no action, then the permit will lapse, and then they'll be subject to zoning and code enforcement because there'll be no legal reason for them to operate at the school.
Understood. So the follow-up question to that is 1 month enough?
I believe 1 month is enough for us to consider the renewal and the application at the same time. We'll have it as an item A and item B, and depending on how the board proceeds with one or the other, then assuming the board approves the request for expansion, then you can approve that, and then for item B, for the renewal, you can take no action. And then item A would supersede item B.
Okay, I understand. So you're confident that you can bring the application for the renewal, and with 80, I understand that you asked for 80 students, that you can bring that to the January board meeting?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Thank you. That answers the question that I had.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's part of our process, but it's unfortunate that the approval that each of you have concluded your comments with is not where we are at this moment. We are human beings, so we listen, and we should listen to all 14 who spoke in favor, and as well as Mr. Horn, who raised concerns. I think Mr. Painter knows this sort of quirk of our process. Don't love bringing kids out. I now have a 1-year-old as of tomorrow, and we don't love bringing, much as loved hearing from your children, don't love having to bring you back. But at the same time, we need to make this decision together, I believe, at one time. And so hope you'll tolerate that quirk of our process. I'm happy to defer. I would note that we would likely be in the same posture next month. If there were some quirk that led to January not being possible, we could defer again. But I'm eager to get this resolved, and that's why I'm not so interested in waiting until February or doing a process that is inconsistent with my own judgment, which is if, and we will hear, as you've all been to Open Door Monday, we will hear from those who have concerns. If we make a decision to expand the school, the timing for that would have to be in time for a September or August expansion. And so I'm not interested in long delays. I'd like to make the decision next month. I'm grateful for everyone who came, and I think each of those who spoke in favor would also want us to consider thoroughly and fairly the concerns that were raised. I would just sort of end by saying I've discovered in public life and as a husband and a father, credibility is easy to lose and very hard to gain. And I've said that before, and I don't say that as a grand, worry a lot. I just, as you continue to engage with the neighbors, that's my thought, is that it's so important to every moment that you can continue to be great neighbors will help as we consider the case next month. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
I have a question for staff about the placards. So I think Mr. Horn shared that his impression was the placards were posted 48 hours ahead instead of 7 days. Can you just share what we mean to do and what we did in this case?
I would defer to Mr. Schreiber to answer that question, please.
Sure. So thank you, Cedric.
So there is no requirement regarding the timing of the posting. Our ordinance does require that they be posted, one on the property, and I believe it's 3 more surrounding the location for the purpose of identifying the item under consideration, the date and the time and the place of the hearing, but there is no timing. Our staff report does state that it is our goal to post those within 7 days. Our typical practice is to get them up usually 7 days ahead of time. There was a staffing issue regarding the posting of this placard. That inspector was out of the office for a bit. However, the placard was posted. It was within 7 days of the hearing. I believe those went up on Thursday of last week. So we did meet that requirement, but there is no stated 7 days. It's just our goal typically.
Gotcha. And then I just want to elevate, I think the Civic Association was not able to be here, but they did reach out to us ahead of time, and I just want to elevate their concern, which is that when they were first asked to vote on this item, it was a 1-year renewal for the 40, or they thought it was. So maybe, Mr. Schreiber, you're shaking your head. Could you clarify what you asked back in maybe September, October timeframe, and then how things changed, just so we can get the record straight for them?
Sure. So I know that when the board took action in June, as Mr. Sutherland identified, the board approved this use permit different than what the county manager's recommendation was, which was for 80 students in a 1-year review, which would have occurred in June. So the board's action was for an approval of 40 students with a review in December. So when Mr. Sutherland reached out to the Lyon Park Civic Association, I believe that first occurrence happened in October. He was seeking input on the approval of the use permit as approved by the board, 40 students. We did not state what our recommendation was regarding a 1-year review. We were merely seeking input on what the board approved. The recommendation for the 1-month renewal was first stated in the board report. I know that Cedric also had conversations about things that we were considering, but we did not ask them for input on their view of whether 1 year was the appropriate review period. We were merely seeking input on the use permit as approved.
Okay, and then just from a staff perspective, Mr. Manager, Mr. Schreiber, is there any problem with doing it as a 1-year review, knowing we're going to come back a month from now? Is there any difference, or if we get bumped around in January, have a snowstorm or something, we'd be grateful that we had done that?
No, you can put it as a 1-year review, but as the board and the community are well aware, the applicant did file an amendment for the permit to seek an expansion of the program up to 80 based upon their filing date. We do have them scheduled for the January hearing. So if the board did renew this with a 1-year county board review, I believe our expectation would be to make a recommendation on the action in January or whenever it comes forward. If there is a delay for whatever reason, I believe we would then seek to provide a recommendation that would sync the review of that expansion up with whatever the board does if they do something more than 1 month. The idea is we don't want to review this multiple times for an action that supersedes the other. So we really need to bring those together for a way to just focus on ultimately what the board does approve if they choose to expand the program.
Great. So I think it's a little bit of a technicality, and I'm not sure my colleagues are going to roll with me on this, but I did want to suggest, just because the Civic Association did think they were doing a 1-year, I think it's no problem for us to amend this to say we're renewing for 1 year, and then in January we'll clean it up, or if it shifts a little bit. So I think I have a friendly amendment to offer.
Can I ask a question before
Yeah.
you do that?
Sorry, Thea, that's a question for Ms. Coffrey, too, whether it's a friendly amendment or not.
Yes.
Yeah, but I had a question first, if I could just, so I think for Mr. Schreiber, so if the board does the 1 year, would it help if we made it 13 months, because then it would sync up with January? Does that help? Instead of a year, it's 13 months, or is you going to make, I mean, are we going to end up back doing a December, January thing next year?
I think that whatever the board decides to do with this action, we will make a recommendation for the amendment to sync up with what this action is.
All right, you'll clean it up in January.
If you choose to go more than the 1 month as staff recommended, we will then want to sync up what happens next year.
Okay, so it can all get cleaned up in January. Okay. Now,
Can I
would
ask
you
a
like to ask if it's a friendly amendment? Ms. Coffey?
I just have another question. So if we did a 1 year,
No, somebody's just leaning on the lights. It's okay.
they said it's bedtime.
Yeah.
If we did do a 1 year 40 student use permit and then subsequently approved a different expanded use permit, how do those two things concurrently exist?
The use permit amendment for an expansion will supersede the current operation of 40 students.
Okay.
So that use permit will essentially go away.
Right, but we don't have to take action to revoke or repeal or they can be in existence concurrently is I guess what I'm asking.
Yes, because the way our new permitting system operates, every time you submit an application, it generates a new number. Unlike when we created a use permit number before, the use permit number lived with every time they came for amendment. Every time now, a new number gets generated. So it will usurp it.
Yeah.
If it comes back up in the tracking list, we can recommend to discontinue it or recommend to take no action as the amendment will supersede that application.
So the only pain point, so to speak, would be aligning those reviews to make sure that staff are not doing duplicitous work.
Correct.
Okay.
And if I could, just to qualify, there is value in having the both. One doesn't automatically supersede the other because they still have to get the certificate of occupancy to allow for the expansion of the program. So even though the board could grant approval of a use permit to expand the capacity, that new use permit amendment would not be effective until they actually get those permits. So there may be a period based upon their permitting activity of when they're able to go from the 40 to the 80 students, which I assume would probably not occur until the upcoming school year, but that's going to be up to the applicant based upon the board's approval if they choose to go that way.
Thank you so much. I would say this would be a friendly amendment then.
Okay, all right. So I think, have you read your friendly amendment yet? Would you like to?
We were confirming it was friendly.
Yes, you've confirmed it's friendly.
Before foisting it on my colleagues.
Yes. All right, here we go. So this is the friendly, just a small change.
There we go. So I'd like to make an amendment to Ms. Coffey's motion. I move that the county board renew the use permit for a private school, elementary and middle, for up to 40 students, subject to the previously approved conditions of the use permit and with a county board review in 1 year, December 2025.
Excellent. And I can't even, did we have a second? Did I forget to get a second of that motion?
Mr. DiFranti.
Mr. DiFranti, do you accept that as a friendly amendment, Mr. DiFranti?
Grumpily, but happily, I
All right,
guess.
okay, fine.
I do have a comment once you're all
It's
done.
the season of Grinches, it's fine. Okay, so this is the motion before us, properly moved and seconded. And any more discussion? And so this, I'm viewing this as the snowstorm insurance policy from Ms. Cunningham, just to make sure that you don't have to worry about things in January depending on what happens. So it sounds fine to me. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Karantonis?
Only a short comment, Madam Chair. So when we approve a use permit for a certain time and for a certain use, we normally, I want to believe that we intend to stick by that decision. Just building in the idea of, oh yeah, we approve it for X time, for a year, and then but we know that in a couple of months we'll come back and supersede that, etc. This is not very clean and not very forward, in my opinion. I think the cleaner position was to say, okay, for this additional time, we can approve the use, and then we will have to decide what happens next, especially when we know that the applicant wants a different use or a higher number of students. I have nothing against that, but as a principle, I wouldn't like that to repeat. It is really exceptional.
Well, I'll give you the opportunity to vote no if you want to, or abstain, so we can.
I'm fine with that. Okay. But I want just to make clear where I see the reasons for the exception. The neighborhood has already decided that they don't support 80. That's a given. This is like they already told us that. I don't have the full justification, but I understand some of their motives. So I look forward still for a January discussion.
Right.
Okay.
Good.
Right. I'm the only one who will not have that January discussion. All right.
I'm very sorry about that.
That's okay. That's all right. Mr. DeFranti.
I think we've got different words that have come. You said technicality, you said clean. Don't want to worry about that. I do want to make blindingly clear that this decision to have a year has zero precedential impact on what I will decide in January. Because if the neighborhood comes and says, oh, you decided this in December, no, that is not what we're doing here. And I think we all agree on that. And I think with that, you know, whether it's technicality or clean, let's
keep
facilitate.
Moving. Let's keep moving. Yes. Ms. Cunningham, anything more?
I just have one other set of questions, which is, I think one of our speakers raised a couple things that had changed from the use permit, the ADA space during permitting, using the home on the grounds. Is there anything atypical about that, or is that, should we have touched the use permit for those items, or is that really just within the bounds? Could you just clarify that for the community, please?
So the in reference to the handicap space, when we first received the application, the applicant had a traffic engineer landscape plan, and they assumed that Inspector Service Division would require a handicap space, so that's what they demonstrated on their plans. But when they got to permitting, ISD said that that's no longer required, so they were able to provide an extra standard space on it, but it doesn't have any bearing because within the use permit, we required them to submit a parking plan that's generally consistent with what the board approved. And so they still have 4 parking spaces, which was the crux of the modification requested.
Great. And then on the use of the home, in this particular case, was it written into the use permit differently? I recognize it's a zoning okay use in general, but.
So in the board report, due to the applicants, what they stated in their statement of justification, we did acknowledge that the dwelling would be used for administrative purposes. However, we did not condition the dwelling for that use. And so in speaking with the applicant, they said because they were anticipating to have 135 students, so they anticipated not to have the administrative space in the building. However, because it was reduced to 40, they could accommodate their administrative space in the building.
Got it. Thank you.
Use the dwelling.
So maybe if and when the next use permit comes forward in January, we could clean that up a little bit just so it's transparent to the community, but I'm ready to vote.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think we might be ready to vote. All in favor of Ms. Cunningham's friendly amendment making the motion that is now before us, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. You'll be back here in January. Happy holidays. Thank you. Everybody can go home and get to bed. Thank you so very much. All right, take care. All right, we're going to sort of get back to the agenda, which we've really totally been changing. I think we will move to items, that was 8. We will go items, we'll at least go in numerical order. We'll do item 3 and then item 7, and then we will break for our closed meeting. All right, Mr. Kushner, does that sound good? Could you call item number 3 then, please?
Item number 3 is a use permit review for a membership club and lodge at the American Legion Post number 139, located at 3445 Washington Boulevard.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Schwartz.
I'm just going to ask Mr. Schreiber to do a sentence or two. We don't have a slide presentation, just a brief introduction.
Thank you. Yep. Mr. Schreiber.
Thank you. So just very briefly, this is a review of the use permit for the American Legion Post 139, which operates in the ground floor of the Terwilliger Place apartment building located on Washington Boulevard. The use has been in place on the site since 1983. However, the site was subject to a large redevelopment site plan approved in February of 2019. With the board's approval of that site plan, the board did direct the county manager to initiate a review of the use permit following issuance of the certificate of occupancy, which did occur last year in April. We initiated the review in October of this year. The board did approve a request to advertise action in November. So what we're bringing forward here is a review of the use permit. Just note that in the report you'll see we did add new conditions because when the use permit was initially approved in 1983, it was in a single-story structure. There were no use permit conditions, so we did apply those to try and address some mitigations. But happy to answer any questions that may come up during the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Schreiber. And I think, are the applicants here? Yes, yes. Would you like to sit at the table there, or you can stand at the podium, whichever you're more comfortable?
I'll stay at the podium.
Okay, sure.
Libby Garvey.
Yeah.
Met you 40 years ago, Arlington Housing Commission. We were on the board together and served at Westover.
Great.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
I understand this is your last meeting.
Seems to be. If we ever finish.
Best of luck to you. I'm still doing real estate.
Good for you.
I don't live in this community where the American Legion Post is, but I've owned real estate there for 45 years. I own some property. And this is a generic thing. I like the American Legion. I like everything about them. They have 20 parking spaces. They used to have a whole bunch. And I know that when APAC was built, some of that was used in the development. I ask you to, for future consideration, I don't know if it's legal or not, I'm not an attorney. I've done a lot of development in Northern Virginia, been involved in it in real estate for 45 years. And there are things you can do. In the future, when you have an association or something that occasionally has a large meeting, make a requirement that they have valet parking or something where the community is not going to be disturbed dramatically. I came back from Colorado in May last year. I had a house that went vacant. I had some work to do on it. And I was very dismayed. APAC, I was with Arlington Housing. I was a big supporter of the original concept of that. I like public housing. I think it's fine. It was a very poor plan. I understand the cost of development, and this gets into American Legion in this regard.
So you're not the applicant, you're speaking on the issue, is that correct?
I'm speaking on an issue.
Thank you. Because we were going for that, but I could be the applicant. Could you, I hate to interrupt what you're saying. I'm sorry.
I'm Donald Weaver. I'm speaking for the community.
Okay,
for
thank
the
you.
Ballston Neck Corridor.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez is here with the applicant team.
Okay, so we're going to take Mr. Rodriguez first at this point, and then we'll take you for you'll probably have a minute left. Where you left off. Thank you so much. I'm so very sorry about the confusion. Sorry, Mr. Rodriguez.
No, I was a little surprised. I was going to say he has more hair, so that's good.
We all started to get a little surprised. Yes.
So I'm here representing the Legion. I'm the post commander. Legion's been in Arlington, I think, since the late 40s. The old post was much larger than the one is now. It had hundreds and hundreds of people occupancy. Now the total occupancy, and that's if you rent the entire thing out, is like 186. We do. He's correct. We only have 20 parking spaces. But as I've been listening to this board meeting, it seems like parking is an issue all over Arlington, as it is a growing metropolis, and I think it's a great thing that it's growing. We made this collaboration with True Ground. There are issues with parking, but I was kind of taken aback a little bit when I got a call from the county and they told me, we were overcrowded, and I take issue with that because we have a pretty large membership, but a lot of our members are, unfortunately, I'm a young member, which is not a good thing. We're trying to get some of my fellow Afghanistan veterans in there, and it's very difficult. And so it's now we have a new place, and we're still in a process of building. But there is a parking issue, and we're very open and honest about it. We tell them they've got to park on the street in paid parking, or go to Mason, or go down into the other places in Arlington where there's paid parking. There's been a parking issue. Even when the old post was there, there was a parking issue. We had parking spaces, and we had a parking lot. But, when they had a large meeting or something, we never had enough parking, and that was in the old days. And some of these guys from the 40s and 50s tell me this has existed since the Post has run, and back in those days there wasn't as many apartment buildings and everything. So we were requesting, the permit like we established it. We do try to be good neighbors, but it's a very big change. We have a lot of, it's not really, they kind of lump American Legion in there, but it's really, we don't rent the place out that much, unfortunately. I wish we did, but we don't. And really, because of all these new residents in the area, I could see some of the parking issues, and I understand that. But it really, our operations are such a slight portion of that. Even in our meetings now, our meetings tend to have like 30 folks at a meeting, and our meeting hall only holds 83 people. So if we ever had a meeting where all of our members came, which is, I think we have about 250 members now, something like that, I would have to rent out a hall because we could not use our own hall. But normally our meetings have to be between 20, 25, 30 people, and most of those people live in the area and walk and come to the Post. So I read the document with the concerns of the community. Our folks don't park in the community. Frankly, we just don't have enough people coming to the Post, that do it. Now, I'm hoping that increases, but as every single one of my membership meeting alerts to the membership, every single membership meeting we have, I say there's limited parking, and you need to be responsible for wherever you park, and it has to be legal, and it has to be, a lot of these neighborhoods, like I'm in Zone 6, I believe, where I live in Clarendon, and you have to have a zone parking sticker, and so you can't park in a lot of these places, but there is a lot of paid parking on the street, and there's paid parking down in the central area of Clarendon, where I tell folks to go, and then a lot of folks park across the street at Mason. We've had for the one event that we had that really wasn't even, I think it was 60 people or something. We made an arrangement with the Y and used some of their space to get parking, but really for us in the American Legion and the Post, it has not been an issue because we have just not, we have not. And we've rented out the place a few times, and we tell people right off the bat, hey, there is no parking. Even when we're talking about them, we tell them, hey, there's no parking. You need to figure out your parking and, talk to Mason and go across. And so for us, this is kind of a surprise issue, but I think we're handling it well. I have gotten some times where I have called the police, and they have responded properly and told people to move along and things of that nature. But I think the community concerns are valid because parking's an issue all over Arlington. But really, with respect to the Legion, it's not an issue for us.
All
we have
right,
20
thank you.
spaces that never get used. So.
Yeah, thank you. Okay,
All
thank
right.
you. Yep.
Do any of you ladies have a question?
If they have any questions, we will ask. Let me see. We'll get the speaker finished, and we will let you know if we have any questions. You could sit right at the table there if you want. That's fine.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You want to finish out? I think you've got about a minute left.
Finish up.
Sure. Sorry for the confusion.
American Legion.
Good. I'm glad.
My dad was a member there at that Post. The comment I wanted to make, watching as this develops, and I know you folks are aware of this, you can dig for parking, and you're going to have to do it. I don't think Americans are going to give their cars up. I know it's fashionable now to think people are going to walk. I watched the city of Vienna make a fool of themselves 10 years ago when they took down Marco Polo, and everybody was, we're going to be a walking city. Well, it didn't happen. And they ended up with not enough parking. And I have a property that's on the corner. I don't live there. I've owned it for years. It's paid for. It's a small bungalow. It's Fort Apache. The car's just, it's contained with, it's just backed up with cars. And that may be Arlington today, but it's a little much. And then the parking spaces are frequently infringed upon. People are getting upset about that. I'm sure you know that. I don't go to these hearings. I'm not even in town that much, but it's something that I'd watch out for. And as far as the occasional users that need extra parking, you can arrange sometimes to have parking off-site, and maybe that's something that you could do when you approve.
Thank you.
Stuff.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. Any other speakers?
We do have a couple of other speakers.
Okay.
Our first public speaker for 3 minutes is Mr. John Carton, joining us virtually, followed by our 5-minute speaker, Ms. Mariah Mears.
Okay.
Yes, I'm John Carton. I'm representing the Lion Village Citizens Association. So I signed up for 3, but I should have signed up for 5. But anyway, just as our previous speaker mentioned, one of our biggest concerns during the site plan part of this was parking. And this was highlighted by Boston, Virginia Square, surrounding residents, Lion Village, and many others. And unfortunately, this shortage has now become a reality. And it's really tough for people to find a place to park over there. It's just way underparked. The George Mason lot, it has availability on the south side of Washington Boulevard, but its entrance is on Kirkwood. It's really not many people know about it. The nearest overnight lot is close to half a mile away, and it's $120 a month. So the residents there and the building users don't really have many options since there is so little parking. And what's happened is we see driveway in the road of the Terwilling or building site having cars double parked in the fire lane. We see people trying to park on the narrow one-way 12th Street and Kansas Streets. And some of those concerns, they block driveways. They've been parking in residents' yards at times. Delivery vehicles routinely are blocking 12th Road and houses throughout the day. It makes it inaccessible for emergency vehicles when you have those cars parked there. And then 13th Street, farther back, and other nearby streets, there's illegal parking. Then right behind it, you've got the YMCA. They park in their lot, have to park there, but that's going to be gone soon when that's redeveloped. So the unmet parking demand has created parking strains for the residents and visitors, and these include families with children using strollers, residents with multiple vehicles. Strains include daily matter of finding parking, towing, tickets, lack of convenience, proximity, their proximity to their homes. The stress is such that some of the residents have asked nearby 12th Street households if they could park in owners' driveways or block their driveways overnight. So during the site plan process, we pushed for, the APA pushed for a lower parking ratio than otherwise would have been required. They got it, and we're seeing the fruit of that now. So this site, future sites need to serve as an example and have proper parking. So our request to the county and the board is to recognize this important need for future projects and provide enough parking so others don't have to face this nightmare again. It's like handing out 150 tickets for a show that only seats 75 people.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Carden.
Our next and final speaker is Mariah Mears.
And before I get started, I think you're going to show some pictures. If you can just run through them. I'm not speaking to any slides. These are also pictures that would have been in the letter from BVSCA.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
All right, I'm BVSCA's Vice President and speaking today for our President who couldn't make it, but you will have received a letter from BVSCA, and I believe it will be posted. I'm mostly soloing this since we had residents who live nearby and couldn't make it due to the later start time today, or they're traveling with the holidays. And we seek to work towards some solutions now that the property has been built. We also have some lesson sharing related to the site and the special GLUP processes, and I'll discuss these later. But first, BVSCA supports the missions of the American Legion and serving veterans, and active service members, and in APA and True Ground and affordable housing's clearly laudable work. Indeed, the Legion has been an important part of the neighborhood for decades. So we support the approval related to the use permit review, whatever that involves, but we do ask for an additional condition to be added for an additional year, And our reasoning in the letter is generally that we feel like we need more time to see the effects since the operation sort of just got started, and they do have great new facilities if they're having events. The Legion and APA have such an intertwined relationship on this property from the planning stage to now, that we see this today as an opportunity to raise awareness about many matters detailed in the letter. And let's just look at a subset. First, you've heard a bit on parking. Parking was a matter of deep concern during planning. The low parking ratio at the time was positioned as an innovation by the developer. We in the community cautioned that the parking minimums would be inadequate with demand far surpassing supply. And unfortunately, these concerns have been realized. Our letter describes in detail the many challenges you're seeing pictures above. It's felt most keenly on the tiny, tiny, tiny 12th Road and Kansas streets. I hope you go and visit those. These have in effect become parking lots at times with blocked roads and blocked driveways. Previously, 12th Road was closed, and it was open to become a fire access point, but it's frequently blocked by cars and delivery vehicles, making that fire access kind of not serving its purpose. Parking is a problem for everyone, as Mr. Carton said. I won't repeat some of that. And there are no easy answers to improve supply in this location. There are no parking garages north of Washington Boulevard, I think probably till you get to McLean or maybe a little bit over towards the hospital. And the GMU lot across the street has limited hours and it's difficult to navigate. We've reached out to them about better signage, so we're trying to work with them. And honestly, they've been really great partners overall at GMU. We often hear that there is too much supply in Arlington. And that may be true in certain places, but it's not true here. And this should serve as a case study when future buildings and parking minimums come before the board. On buffers and landscaping, the site has brought many changes. These include substantial massing, increased overall activity, a new street right next to houses, and the opening of this tiny 12th Road. Buffering and landscaping is effectively absent next to the houses. A 2-foot landscape buffer was to have been installed next to the fence line, 2 feet, and it was not installed, and we understand that this was an administrative change. And this speaks volumes, unfortunately, about how deprioritized many of the expressed community concerns were considered during planning. There's also an issue about smoking. There's a provision, we believe, with the APA financing that you can't smoke within 25 feet from the facility, and this means effectively that smoking is pushed to the property line, i.e. right next to houses. Now let's look at some of the broader picture of special GLUPs and site plans in residential areas. I quote a BVSDA letter to the Transportation and Planning Commissions in 2019. It's in your package. It says, in conversations with several planning commissioners, it has been made clear that Arlington County's need and desire for affordable housing means this project is moving forward, regardless of its deleterious impacts to the nearby residents. It is feared that neighborhood concerns are not being fully considered and given the weight they duly deserve. In this way, citizens have participated throughout the process, but their voice has been lost. And those words are true today. This is a problem not only for our neighborhood, but that has seen such substantial change, but increasingly with other neighborhoods. The developers have received a lot through this. The county is receiving tax revenue and affordable housing goals, but there are negative effects on neighbors, including some positive changes. We think we could do better in working together and working towards mitigations And finally, if I could just wrap up, we're interested in the update on the study of special GLUPs, and we'd like to share our lessons in that study. So it'd be great to hear about that, because we asked about it in October for the 11th in Vermont item.
Great, thank you. Thank you. All right, special GLUP studies. Okay. That's our final speaker.
No further speakers.
Okay. Thank you, colleague. Conversation is now with the board. Ms. Cunningham, do you want to make a motion and get the conversation started? I know Mr. Karantonis may make an amendment. We're doing a lot of amendments today. Yeah, you go. You got it.
I can. I don't think I was teed up to, but I certainly can. It's getting late. Okay. I move that the county board renew the use permit U2365833 for American Legion Post 139, located within the ground floor of the Terwilliger Place apartment building at 3445 Washington Boulevard, subject to the proposed conditions. This will be with no further scheduled county board review, but I expect a friendly amendment.
Yes, that's fine. We'll make all the amendments friendly. That's sort of, thank you. All right, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, you're going to have to do the friendly thing again. It's all right. Ms. Cunningham, would you like to speak to the motion or ask any questions? Just get the conversation going.
I can offer the friendly amendment. And
Immediately?
Yes, I think we had a conversation with this kind.
All right, if we've worked it out, are we good with that? We're just going to go ahead and do that.
Yes.
Yes, all right.
The friendly amendment is to strike the words "no further scheduled county board review" and replace them with an administrative review in 1 year, December 2025, for the purpose of monitoring compliance with the approved use permit conditions. Full stop.
Good. I want to make a second to that. So that's the friendly, or no, actually, we can just see if it's friendly, and then we don't have to do a second. Is that friendly?
Absolutely.
All right. Mr. Guifrant, is it friendly? Yes. All right. This is what we're talking about now. Sorry for the roundaboutness. That's just the way it's going tonight. Okay. Mr. Karantonis, would you like to talk to your friendly amendment and the issue?
Yes, I can briefly. So we see that there are a bunch of issues here, a bunch of problems. You admitted that, and it's it kind of the issues with parking and management of the building, which is not what we are talking here about, are intertwined in some way with objective problems of operation at the relatively, few instances that you have a bigger crowd there. I think that these needs to be figured out. What would be the appropriate best management solutions? We've heard here that parking at Mason, parking in the immediate neighborhood, etc., represents a problem. I know that there are parts of the neighborhood, or at least, that I know of, that are managed with a residential parking program. So we want to know why all this is not well working, or not working to the degree that it doesn't produce any, that it continues to produce complaints. And I think that's appropriate to give it time. A year is the proposal here. I would ask staff if a year is not too long, if this can be done in shorter than a year. And my opinion is that we have to give it some time to work out and work with staff and all involved entities here, both the Legion as well as the Terwilliger Place.
Would you like? Thank you. Would you like staff to weigh in on the year question?
On the length.
So I do think that the 1 year admin review is appropriate. We did, I forget how many conditions we wrote, 4 or 5 or so, but we're really looking to monitor compliance. We are aware that there are some larger community issues related to the operation of the Terwilliger Place building. Luckily, we have a representative from True Ground here this evening, just in case you're interested in any of the issues that they're looking to resolve. But yeah, I think that that's an appropriate time period to really help us understand maybe where there are some differences of impacts from the American Legion use, which is the subject of this use permit, versus the larger building, which is the site plan. So we'll be able to monitor those going forward.
And if I could ask a question,
I'm sorry, can I ask a question or no?
Sure, go ahead. We're doing everything unusually today. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, it's just, Just so I think a lot of the photos that she was showing, and I've seen some of those things, and really that's the American people. This is the American Legion asking for this permit.
Yes,
Those are not
yeah,
people
that's
that
fine.
are-
The question is, what are
those
we
have
really
nothing
talking
to
about?
do
Yes.
with the American Legion,
Yes.
and so if there was some way we could divide it or do,
Yeah,
I don't
thank you,
know,
Mr.
but-
Rodriguez. No, thank you. That's what we're going to try and do. That's our job here, actually. And this happens often. We get an issue, and then other issues that are as ancillary people come in, and that's their opportunity to talk about it, and we're trying to pull it apart right now.
Oh,
You are
okay, I'm
absolutely
sorry.
spot on.
Okay,
You're
I
spot
didn't
on. I was going to ask Mr. Schreiber, is there, so I think there are obviously a lot of issues with the neighborhood, the area, parking, and, and who's to say the cars shown? I don't think they would necessarily don't know where they're coming from, right? Things to be discussed, and you say that will be worked out, administrative review. Could you talk a little bit about how that's going to happen? Is there a schedule of meetings? Who's in charge of calling the meetings? How you're going to work that out?
So an administrative review is conducted internally by staff. So it involves us, if per the friendly motion was to focus on compliance with the use permit conditions. So that's what we would be doing. We would be visiting the site. That would be representatives from planning as well as zoning and our code enforcement officers. Since this is also a membership club or lodge, we would also reach out to our partners at the police department as well to look for things such as what's the volume of calls for service related to the use, to look at things such as loud noise, parking issues, and then just general compliance with the conditions, both from a zoning and a code perspective. So that is really what the isolated effect would be. We would review that. We write a memo. It is filed with the zoning administrator, and it's available for public review, but it is not subject to further community involvement or review. That's just the standard practice.
Thank you. The board may ask the manager to report back, but I won't be here. Question, Mr. Schreiber. How about plans for handling some of the other issues that have been brought up that the community clearly would like to talk about?
Sure. So we are aware of a number of the issues. I know that True Ground is working to resolve some of those. I saw some correspondence earlier today about efforts to replace a ventilation grate in order to try and address some of the noise that is exiting the site. So I know that is something they're actively working on. We are currently, our partners in DES Transportation are working with True Ground on a condition compliance issue regarding their transportation demand management program. It's focused on how they're distributing transit fare media to residents of the building, so that's also being resolved. We know that there are some other issues about was there some errors in the installation of landscaping. We've investigated that. We have not found any violations of the conditions or errors in the permitting process or the construction. And then there's just general ongoing issues regarding parking and the impacts on the community and the neighborhood. So I know that that's something that our police department has been involved in, as well as our Department of Environmental Services. But the building only has so much parking. There are residential parking permit district-controlled streets surrounding the site. But there's also unpermitted parking. There's metered parking, and those are parking resources that are available for the general public. And so we are continuing to try and work with True Ground to ensure that their residents and their visitors are using the appropriate public parking. But as does happen in other similar situations, you may have some parking spillage over into other areas where there may need to be some towing enforcement actions in order to ensure that. But I think the board is aware there is no physical connection over to 12th Street, but there is a rope barrier that's for emergency vehicle services. Whether visitors, guests, residents, delivery drivers are parking there and walking over, that's something that, is subject to towing enforcement. I would say that I know that some information has been shared with the community through previous meetings, but there is a high volume of police calls for service. A lot of it is towing related. And those are things that hoping to address, and that is an operational issue that hopefully True Ground is able to work with the residents on.
Thank you. Yeah, if you can't get out of your driveway, you want to have that car towed because you need to get out of your driveway. And is there a plan for working this at all with the community, reporting back to the board on how this work with Terwilliger Place is going? Because so we've got two processes going on, it sounds like.
I have not been directly involved in those meetings, but I'm aware that one occurred earlier this year. There was one last year, and I do believe that there is active engagement in terms of addressing those and reporting back as those issues are resolved. Like I mentioned, I think we've already investigated the landscaping issue. I think that there is an ongoing effort to quickly resolve the noise impacts from the grate, and then there are other issues I believe the manager is able to report back on as we close those investigations.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so I know there was
Yeah.
there was a meeting, I think Ms. Cunningham was participating in that with Shannon Flanagan Watson. There's an ongoing series of conversations. I also think that their residential permit parking has been petitioned for and introduced on those. And I would just say is that I know it's frustrating to the residents that live nearby, and sometimes they call, and by the time we get there, the parking issue's been resolved. So we have some tough issues that we're going to have to work through, but we're committed to continuing to meet. I think we met about 6 weeks ago, and I don't know when the next one is scheduled, maybe January or February. We're looking to meet again, but Ms. Cunningham will probably know more than I do about that.
Ms. Cunningham, over to you.
I think I would invite Deputy Manager Flanagan Watson forward to share a little bit of an update. That meeting was held exactly 2 months ago today, and there were a number of issues. I know the grate was the highest priority by far, and maybe the hardest. So that's been being worked on, but and maybe this is a true ground question as well. Of what that list is, how it's being communicated back to the Civic Association and the residents at Terwilliger Place, and then maybe also is there another site plan review? Like, is there a moment where that building comes back to staff or board, or is whatever we're doing for American Legion the only kind of official mark? Unfortunately for the American Legion, sorry about that.
Good evening. Jesus Esquivel here, the Director of Asset Management for True Ground. And one of the low-hanging fruit, the issues that we could immediately address was the noisy grates every time a car drives over. Admittedly, it did make a lot of noise, so we've been working diligently to address the grate issue. And being that it is also where pedestrians transit, it needed to be a grate that was both load rated and also the spacing of the grates was appropriate for pedestrian and bicycle use. We have identified a supplier where we can source these grates, and as of this afternoon, we ran it by the county. The county provided some feedback, and we provided the cut sheet to the supplier, and those have a 3 to 5 day lead, and we're in the process of working and eliminating that issue as an issue going forward.
That is welcome news, although I would also say that from a community perspective, it felt like the grate hadn't been dealt with for quite some time, and then that we had that meeting and people were working on it, but the community maybe didn't know that, and then it pops out right when we're having the conversation about the use permit, which is great. It's good that we're moving forward, but it also, I think, is part of what reinforces for the community, like a fear that we won't take all the issues seriously and continue to make progress against them unless we have an internal deadline. So just naming that elephant in the room. But Deputy Manager, would you be willing to kind of run through the other outstanding items, or if True Ground would like to? And I'd like to hear a little bit more about the landscaping question, because I think in the photographs, the community's understanding was there was supposed to be a 2-foot buffer, and it sounds like maybe our review has shown that that was not the case. So if we could clarify that one.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure, I'll start with the landscaping. And so with the board's approval of the site plan, what was shown on the western side of the alley, so adjacent to those residents, if you just think about the project, you have the building, and then you have an alley, and then you have the property boundary. That alley is 22 feet wide, So it allows for two-way traffic because it's the point of ingress and egress to the parking garage. Then there's an adjacent 4-foot wide grass ring strip, which effectively gives you a 26-foot wide area that is the minimum requirement for fire vehicles so that they can provide aerial access to a tall building. Then adjacent to that, you have a 2-foot wide buffer. Within that 2-foot wide buffer, there is a fence, and the fence is approximately 1 foot wide. And so what we've seen in some of the correspondence, and I know it was presented in the letter that Boston Virginia Square Civic Association submitted this morning, there was an impression that that should have been a 2-foot wide planted strip. There was an illustrative image that was shown, but it wasn't an illustrative image shown during the site plan review. Also, those images were noted very clearly that that was for illustrative purposes. It did show some green adjacent to the fence, but every other sheet within the site plan document, the sections, the plan views, everything showed a 2-foot wide buffer with a fence, no additional plantings. They did install what was shown on the approved plan and what is specifically conditioned. What they did not do was what the artistic rendering or that illustration showed, which was a greener area. So we have not found any violations of the conditions or of the approval or any errors in construction. So I just wanted to help provide some clarity around that issue on the landscaping.
Great, thank you.
And I can add an update regarding the rodents, trash, and recycling. So on the rodents, we had public health go out and bait the sewers around the site and the building. And our investigators or inspectors were not able to see any rodent activity at that time. They went back out at our request again last month. They did not bait as they did not find any evidence again. So that's something that we'll continue to watch, but we have sent out our public health inspectors to take a look at that. The trash and recycling was a new issue, and we reached out to solid waste to take a look at the recycling bins. We've also checked our records. We haven't received any complaints until we received the letter from the Civic Association. And as a result of sending inspectors out, we have found that they are in compliance, but we can continue to monitor that as well, too.
Okay, great. So the list of concerns that were raised October 17th, are we ready to kind of return to the community with 7 out of 8 are done, and the 8th one is on the way, and hopefully we'll get installed very quietly over the holidays.
We have been making progress on the issues that are known, and we will continue to provide updates.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think illustrative examples can trip you up. That's one of my conclusions. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to see if I can succinctly ask one question that occurred to me that seems potentially within the scope of the Legion piece and the 4 or 5 conditions, but I'm not entirely sure. The idea of working with George Mason to better identify the 2 entrances, I think there's one further up by the Giant and the other one, seems like a decent, a good one that could be material to the use permit. Is that something that staff can follow up on, whether it's within the use permit or not? I just, having used those 2 entrances, I kind of agree that they're not the most easy to see and know, and they never will be underground parking on the site. But I still wonder if that's something that you could speak to. I think it's for Mr. Schreiber.
They also have a separate entrance that is blocked off by a temporary barricade. I don't know if anybody's seen that from Washington Boulevard. If that barricade was removed and they put a sign there, because that's what a lot of folks tell us is that they know where Mason the parking lot is, but because they have to come from the other street, they miss it. Yeah. But there is a temporary concrete blockade on that one street that you can enter the parking lot from that direction as well, but it's currently has a temporary blockade on it.
Sure, there may be safety. I don't know. Mr. Schreiber, can you speak to any of those 2 or 3?
That's a very permanent temporary block.
Yeah, yes, very big, yes.
With this use permit, I don't think we can address what George Mason is doing at their garage. But what we do have is obviously, again, they have 20 designated spaces within the garage solely for their use. So those are 20 spaces that are not shared with residents or employees of the Terwilliger Place building. As Mr. Rodriguez mentioned, I think the typical Legion activity, I'm sure everybody's been there. I know I went there, got a nice tour. Those are typical activities where you're going to have activities within the bar or maybe some of the legal services that are provided there. So the occupancy is going to be pretty low. I would think that 20 spaces would accommodate that. Where they do have opportunities to lease out the multipurpose room for larger events, I would assume that the availability or the supply of parking is probably a limiting factor leading to their ability to lease or not lease that for larger events. We did provide or propose a condition, just generally speaking to, posting notices within the establishment to inform patrons to respect the peace of residential neighborhoods, refrain from littering and or loitering in the neighborhood, and to avoid parking in the residential neighborhood. Those are the type of activities that we can monitor through the admin change. What I don't think that we can do is explicitly state where additional parking supply resources are, although I know that on the American Legion's website, they do identify that if there is not enough parking available on site, then to use parking resources on the street or over at George Mason. I do think that there's obviously other routes to get here if they are having a large event. I would think that anybody who leases the space is going to have to recognize that and make other accommodations for their patrons.
Thank you. That's very clear. Appreciate it. And also appreciate what you mentioned about the numbers. Don't want to talk trash about IAVA, but I want the American Legion to have to continue to be a great post. But to the extent that you're able to continue to do outreach or in your email signature, whatever you do, would appreciate that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. Coffey.
I would just, looking at the website under parking options, I would just say maybe if we could amend, consider changing the text. It says if full, use street parking or use GMU Van Meter Garage to clarify that you mean the paid street parking and not residential street parking.
We have no problem. I'll get that done this week. That's not a problem. I'm a New Yorker. Street parking means you find it wherever you go, it means where you find it where it's legal and you don't get towed. So, no, we'll be more than happy to do that. And we'll put paid parking, or how would you like, just paid parking? Is that what you'd like?
I will leave that. I think just clarifying that there's a difference, right, between some of the street parking, which is intended for public use.
And we could even put a note in there saying local streets have zone parking, you will be towed or something like that.
Yeah, something like that might help a lot.
That might help people not want to be there.
Right.
Yeah.
So let me, I'll work that. I'll take that for action.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are probably ready to vote. I think, colleagues, you've got a lot of issues for this particular area of the county, and I'm going to leave it in your capable hands to handle next year. All right. All in favor of the friendly motion that is before us, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We are all set. Thank you all. Lots of things to talk about. Appreciate you coming. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks
Thanks so much for your support all these years. We're sorry to see you go, but everybody's got.
I'm still around. I'll be around. I'll come and
How
cause
late's
trouble.
the bar open?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right. Mr. Kushner, do you want to call the next item, which I think we can dispatch with fairly quickly, item number 7? Thank you, Mr. Schreiber.
Of course, our next item, number 7, is a use permit review for live entertainment at Snouts and Stouts, located at 2709 South Oakland Street.
Mr. Manager, over to you, I think.
Yes, I'm going to ask Emma Martin to give a very short verbal presentation. Emma?
Okay. Yeah, so this is a one-year use permit review for Snouts and Stouts Live Entertainment located at 709 South Oakland Street. This is live entertainment in the form of bands and DJs in the dining area. There have been no issues with the live entertainment as a part of this review. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you. I don't believe we have an applicant. I don't believe we have any
They
speakers.
should be online.
Should, yeah.
Oh, we do online. Okay, thank you. Does the applicant have a presentation? If they're still online?
Mr. Ramos online with us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi. Do you have a presentation?
I do not.
Okay, you're available to answer questions.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, why don't we, Mr. DeFranti, if you want to get us started with a motion, and we'll see if we have any discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the county board renew the use permit for live entertainment at Snouts and Stouts located at 2709 South Oakland Street, subject to the conditions of the staff report, with a county board review in 6 months, which would be June 2025, an administrative review in 3 years, December 2027, and a county board review in 5 years, which is December 2029.
Great.
Second.
And the motion's been seconded by Vice Chair Karen Tonis. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you very much, Ms. Martin, for the brief report, for enduring some of our conversation, and to the applicant for being available for questions more than a lengthy presentation. I'm aware that there's been some correspondence on this. I think there's ongoing work by staff to try and make sure that everything works, but you focused on the actual issue at hand, and so that's all I have.
Thank you. Colleagues, any more discussion, questions? Mrs. Cunningham?
This was pulled from consent by a community member who did want to elevate some concerns but was not able to be with us today because of a medical procedure. So I did just want to bring those forward. I think the staff report highlighted a question about the pool. So I think that's getting worked out, and that's why we have the 6-month review, correct? But there's no safety concern right now. It's under control.
Are you talking about in terms of the pool?
Yeah,
Yes.
the canine pool.
They are cooperating with staff to get the correct permits and inspections needed to operate the pool, but they were informed to cease and desist, and to staff's knowledge, they have done so.
Great. And to the applicant, do you want to share anything about that particular item and whether your experience with our permitting office, could we have clarified better, or what happened there? And is it getting corrected?
Yeah, it's getting corrected. I just don't think there was maybe initial clarification because of the uniqueness of a canine pool. But once we were informed by the county, we complied with what they needed to get done and are in the process of making sure everything is in compliance.
Great. And then the two issues that were raised by the community are, wait for it, parking. So the question of whether there be an additional parking load here, and whether that conflicts with Jenny Dean Park and or the Arlington Dog Park parking, whether we need to do any sort of dedicated park user parking. Has that been explored, considered?
So we've coordinated with police and ISD, and we have no record of calls for police related to the live entertainment, parking, or towing. There were also no previous code enforcement complaints or activities associated with Snouts and Stouts prior to the pool being made aware of the pool. The site has adequate parking for the restaurant and animal care uses, and there is no additional parking requirement for live entertainment as a use related to this use permit.
Great. And then the last sticky point for the community, I think, is for Snouts and Stouts, and I think our Parks team has this as a star right now, which is there's been a concern that though our Arlington dog parks do not allow commercial uses without a permit, that part of the Snouts and Stouts doggy daycare kind of offering includes visits to the Arlington Dog Park, and that is in violation of the posted rules there, and the community members would like to understand how that will be clarified and how behaviors will change.
So I spoke with the parks manager, and they don't have any ongoing issues with the business, no pending issues or concerns. The operator has historically been very amenable to finding solutions for issues that have arisen. I believe there was an issue where a dog handler had more than 3 dogs when the permitted number is 3, and since being made aware of that regulation, they have complied.
Okay, so that's different than, I haven't heard back on the star, which literally has a picture of the sign that says no commercial use in our dog parks. Mr. Manager?
We may be in disagreement about this, but I analogize this to a situation where we have many businesses in our community, whether it's daycare, that make use of our parks. They take kids there. And in this case, you have a business that's being conducted at Snouts and Stouts, if I got that right. And they're making use of that. They're also making use of the street to walk their dogs. So we don't think that they're conducting a business in the park. We've talked to the owner about it. I think he understands those rules. If people think that there is some abuse and there's actually a for-profit enterprise taking place within the park, we would handle it that way. But I think there may be just a misunderstanding about how we view the rule. So maybe splitting hairs, but that's the way we have approached it. We have many folks who sign up for dog walkers to take their dogs on walks in our parks. And that is, I think, part and parcel of what our parks are used. If they're being used inappropriately in some fashion, then we'll handle those complaints. But that's really sort of our view about the enforcement issue.
Okay, so we should probably take that offline because my understanding was the STAR was still working through the system and it had not been addressed. And I think we do have a challenge, which is that park is highly maintained by volunteers and they're not excited about maintaining a park for commercial use. So we may need to kind of revisit some of the agreements there.
I think there's probably a lot to be looking at, probably a matter of.
Yeah. So we'll kind of put that STAR back at the top.
Yep.
But for this item, that's all I have.
Yeah, thank you. But I can totally see how it's like daycare centers that take kids to the park. So, all right, I think we're probably ready to vote on this one. All right, all in favor of the motion before us, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We are set with that. All right, colleagues, we are going to move now to closed session. We'll come out and do budget guidance. Is that all
okay.
right? It'll help staff. They can
Sure.
get home. Yep, okay. All right, so I would like to move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code, sections 2.23711A1, 3, 7, and 8, for the following purposes: personnel discussions regarding the performance of a board appointee, discussions regarding the acquisition of real property for a public purpose where discussions in open session would adversely affect the bargaining and negotiation position of the county board, consultation with the county attorney regarding anticipated and pending litigation where such consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the litigation posture of the board, and consultation with the county attorney regarding the legal parameters of the county board's authority as it relates to the provision of certain public services. Is there a second? All right, motion's been moved, seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. We will now go into closed session, and we'll be coming out later.
Do you need to vote? We all need to
Oh, we need to vote. Sorry. All in favor of the motion? Yeah. Thank you. All right, all in favor of going into closed session, please say aye. Aye. All right, we're now in closed session. Thank you.
I mean, I'm happy for my second to speak.
All right, everybody. You here? All right, County Board is back in open session. I think, are we recording okay, Mr. Kushner? Just check. Okay, good. We're back in open session, colleagues. I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session. 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia. And 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Kushner, will you please call the roll?
Yes, of course, Ms. Garvey.
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis.
Yes.
Mr. DeFranti.
Yes.
Ms. Coffey.
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And next item, would you like to call that, Mr. Kushner? I believe it's our budget
Absolutely.
guidance.
Item number 29 is fiscal year 2025 budget guidance.
Thank you. Mr. Carantonis, Vice Chair
Thank you, Mr.
Carantonis, over to you.
If you can put the document on the screen to go through that. Madam Chair, my motion is to adopt the direction to the county manager for the preparation of the fiscal year 2026 budget. This is a document that as presented here and posted on our website.
Which we'll have up in just a second. Is there a second while we get that up?
Second.
Second, motion seconded by Mr. DeFranti.
Thank
Are
you.
you able to get that up on the screen? There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least for the record, I want to scroll through that project, through that direction. This is a document that the board provides to the county manager in advance of preparing the proposed budget for the next fiscal year. Every year, at about this time in December, it includes the priorities of the board and the basic principles that the board wants to see reflected. It says a little bit about the fiscal challenges right now and the currently estimated, and how to deal with the currently estimated deficit, the gap between revenues and necessary expenditures. It makes reference to how we direct the manager to handle reductions and efficiencies in program, including eliminations or significant programmatic restructuring. It further says how to approach the necessary revenue increase, whether this is to increase certain fees to support cost recovery, or enhance revenue collection, like, for example, parking fees, etc., and includes the possibility of a real estate tax rate increase if there is no other recourse to balance the budget. The document, of course, is asking the manager to propose a balanced budget. So further, the board directs the manager, if we can go a little bit to the second, to fully fund collective bargain agreements and observe the board's priorities on housing, like funding housing grants, maintain the affordable housing investment fund funded, fund eviction prevention, homeless services, food assistance, etc. The document includes a provision to continue to honor the county school revenue allocation ratio, which currently in the fiscal year 2025 it was 53.2%, Arlington County 46.8% schools. And further, it provides or asks the manager to provide programmatic updates on board priorities like the equity resolution implementation, youth well-being and after-school programming, mental health services, climate resilience priorities, economic resiliency, child care, including updates on state requirements such as ready regions, and Vision Zero implementation, and finally, to include updated performance measures and provide updated and more useful and meaningful information in the departmental work session. This is what this high-level document provides, and we have read and worked on that, and we thank staff for having supported us in this effort. We look forward to the proposed budget at some point in February.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis, and that's very helpful. Thank you for going through that. I know a lot of work went into that. I wish you all the very best with the budget next year. It's going to be a challenge. Are we all set to vote? All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye. Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, we pass our budget guidance. Colleagues, we've got two more motions. I move that the county board authorize the county attorney to file in a final form approved by the county attorney a joint petition for approval of compromise settlement in the workers' compensation claim JCN VA 000016824447, now pending before the Virginia Workers' Compensation Commission. There it is up on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Kushner. All in favor, please, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion seconded by Ms. Coffey. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And one more. I move that the county board authorize the county attorney to file in a final form approved by the county attorney a joint petition for approval of compromise settlement in the workers' compensation claim JCN VA 000020000758, now pending before the Virginia Workers' Compensation Commission. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, seconded again by Ms. Coffey. Thank you very much. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. All right, thank you, everyone. Without objection, I hear none. December County Board meeting is adjourned. That's a wrap. Thank you.
Look at that. You got it covered on video.
Bed.
With that,